We are live, Senator McBride.
Thank you. To everyone, good afternoon. I'd like to call the June 23rd Senate Executive Committee meeting to order. I'd like to welcome all the committee members, fellow senators that have joined us, gubernatorial nominees that are on the Zoom call, committee meeting, staff members and guests, welcome all. I'll start by taking a roll call to ensure on the record the presence of all committee members, and all others should have their microphones on mute right now, with the exception of committee members. At this time, I'm going to call the roll of the committee. Senator Poor. Senator Poor,
I'm here. Thank you, Senator.
you're present. Okay, thank you. Senator Townsend.
Here.
Thank you. Senator McDowell.
Here.
Senator Hocker.
Present.
Senator Cloutier.
Present.
Thank you. And myself, Senator McBride, as chair. I can confirm that each member's identity has been authenticated by me, the presiding officer. Everyone is asked again to please place yourself on mute. Should a member wish to speak, please use the raise hand feature within Zoom to be called upon. I will do my best to call on committee members in the order of raised hands. Certainly, all members will be heard and given the opportunity to address each nominee. A suggestion: as a shortcut to unmuting yourself, you may press and hold the space bar on your device while you speak. As was the case in the Senate Executive Committee meeting held in a virtual format on Wednesday, May the 27th, 2020, I want to note that all members of the Senate have been invited to today's committee meeting. I welcome my colleagues who have joined us here today, and I believe that we have with us Senator Ennis has joined us, Senator Hansen has joined us, Senator Sokola has joined us, Senator Pettyjohn has joined us, Senator Lawson has joined us, and Senator Lockman. Welcome to my fellow colleagues. As protocol, I will turn to committee members first for questions and/or comments, and then followed by calling on senators who are not members of the committee. Please use the raise hand feature as I indicated previously. We will now proceed with the agenda, the Senate Executive Committee. To each nominee, as I call your name, please unmute yourself. I'll ask you to tell us, the committee, a little bit about yourself and why you would like to serve in the position to which the governor has nominated you. We will then turn to questions from committee members and other members of the Senate who are present. We have today 10 nominees, and I will get to the first one in just a moment. So if I could, the first nominee that comes before the committee today, the gubernatorial nominee for Public Employee Relations Board, Mr. Gregory Chambers. Mr. Chambers, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, Senators.
Very nice to see you. And if you would, for the record, state your name and tell the committee a little bit about yourself and why you would like to be appointed to the Public Employee Relations Board. The floor is yours, sir.
Yes, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
My name is Gregory Chambers, as indicated. And actually, in terms of my background, I have, with regards to the Public Employment Relations Board, I have been devoted my life, actually 47 years, to dealing with issues of fairness and inclusion as a professional as well as a volunteer. I worked a number of years with city government, ultimately in the mayor's office as a community affairs. And then I went to the state of Delaware, where I worked for 24 years. And the 24 years I was in state government, my primary role was, again, fairness, inclusion, equal opportunity. I worked with managers, supervisors, as well as cabinet officials dealing with issues of fairness and inclusion, and oftentimes handling and facilitating resolutions to complaints brought forth by employees. And so my career has expanded a number of years dealing with fairness issues. And I want to be involved with the PERB simply because that's another opportunity to be able to continue my contribution in public service based on my expertise, my professional experience, and dealing with very sensitive issues in the workplace. And that is my desire to be a part of the board.
Thank you, Mr. Chambers. I would now ask committee members if they have any comments and/or questions for Mr. Chambers. Any committee members? Senator McDowell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I am very pleased to speak up for Greg Chambers. I've known him through most of those 47 years you referred to. And I know that he's been a great boon to the state, serving on many different commissions and boards, to the state, to the city of Wilmington, and in general to all the population. So it'll be my pleasure to support this nominee today.
Thank you, Senator McDowell.
Thank you, Senator McDowell. Any other committee members? Senators joining us, any comments, questions? If not, Mr. Chambers, thank you very much for coming before the committee. We are planning today, and I will only make this announcement once for all the nominees. We're planning to go into session today at 3:30, at which time your nomination would be considered at that time. And there is a public link that you can watch those proceedings. With that, I thank Mr. Chambers. The next nominee to come before us for the Professional Standards Board is Casey Montagne.
Hi,
Casey
Montagne. The G is
Montagne.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So my name is Casey Montagne, and I qualified for this appointment because Delaware Code requires a licensed certified middle school educator from Newcastle County. I have been teaching in Christina School District for 8 years now, and am a former Christina School District Teacher of the Year. I've served in a number of leadership positions there throughout my time. And I really do want to serve on this board because I think that the best for students begins with the best for teachers. And the longer that I teach, I find that the more I advocate outside my classroom, the greater impact I'm having on my students. And I think that this board will be a way for me to do that. Our system needs to work for kids, so teachers need to get out of their classroom and do that. So if confirmed, I really look forward to working with the board.
Well, thank you very much. And questions, comments from members of the committee? Comments from senators attending the committee meeting? If not, Mrs. Montagne, right? Montagne?
Yes.
Thank you very much for coming today. The next appointee for Professional Standards Board is Corey Bay. Corey? And I hope I got the pronunciation right.
Not a problem, Senator.
Correct.
It's Kari Bay. I am a middle school teacher at McCullough Middle School. The Delaware Code requires an educator to fill the at-large position of the Professional Standards Board. And as of 2021, I am the newly elected, not elected, but chosen Teacher of the Year for Colonial School District. I teach a equity-based, trauma and poverty informed middle school version of an MBSR, which is a mindfulness-based stress relief, which I think our community, especially in the area where I'm teaching, is an underserved community. It is lacking with the self-care practices. We are also very big in my district on equity, and that's been my biggest push as a middle school teacher. I am not only a teacher, I'm also a parent and active community member throughout the area of Delaware. Here in Delaware City, and I actually live on historical Polktown Place, one of the first free Black settlements in Delaware. And I actually live in Littleton P. Mitchell's house, which is a honor for me to live in, and I hope I am continuing him and his wife Jane Mitchell's legacy here in Delaware and at large. If I get the position, I look forward to serving the community and representing teachers and students and families. Thank you.
Mr. Bay, thank you so very much. You mentioned Mr. Littleton and his wife Jane, I've had occasion to visit them at their house. I know you're right across the canal from Kathy's Crab House. She didn't ask me to give her a commercial today, but I know the Wissos for a long time also. But the Littleton and Jane, incredibly wonderful people. I'd worked with them on various pieces of legislation, and I can honestly say I miss them. Well, and thank you for sharing the fact, because the next time I go by your house, I'm going to be thinking about you. I know right where it is. As soon as I go over the bridge, right on the right.
That's right, Senator.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Questions, comments? The senator that represents Delaware City, our majority leader, Senator Poor.
Thank you, Senator McBride. Mr. Begg, it is so exciting to have you in front of us. One, not only because you're a representative of Colonial School District, I am very partial to that particular district. Having children have gone through the school system, I know that there are fabulous teachers throughout our state, but again, I love my Colonial folks. I just wanted to, thank you for your service. Thank you for protecting us. And also want to congratulate you and looking very much to confirming you within the next few hours.
Thank you, Senator Poor. I appreciate you.
No problem. And I also want to tell you, I love to see you on Facebook.
Yes.
Thank you, Senator Poor. Other comments, questions from members of the committee? Seeing none, any of the guests that we have before us? Senator? No. All right. Mr. Bay, thank you so much for coming today. The next nominee that we have before us, the Professional Standards Board, will be Melissa Rapp. Melissa?
Yes, hello, for the record, Melissa M. Rapp. Thank you, Senator McBride, members of the Senate Executive Committee, and members of the Senate, and good afternoon. I am honored to be a nominee for a position on the Delaware Professional Standards Board Licensure and Certification Committee, which requires the inclusion of an educator position. I am qualified for this position based on my personal education and work experience related to the field of education. To give you some background, I have a bachelor's degree in education with a focus in history from West Chester University. And while teaching, I have earned a master's in education as well as a master's in educational technology, both of which have helped to increase my knowledge regarding teaching, pedagogy, and best classroom practices. For the last 16 years, I have been an educator in the state of Delaware, first at the Jefferson School in Georgetown, and for the last 14 years as a 9th grade world history teacher at Caesar Rodney High School. While teaching, I have also worked in a variety of different classroom environments, including a TAM setting, teaching regular and special education students. During my time at Caesar Rodney, I have been recognized as the District Teacher of the Year, awarded the Spirit of Caesar Rodney Award, served as a building mentor for new teachers, and as the lead teacher on the 9th grade academy team. And I've been a part of the Teacher of the Year Advisory Council, as well as the Secretary of Education Advisory Council. I have also participated in a variety of cohorts through the Department of Education, National Archives, and University of Delaware that are designed to create both lessons and units that promote literacy and diversity in history classrooms. In addition, I have also participated in a variety of professional development in order to earn and renew my Delaware teaching license. As a veteran teacher, I have seen the impact proper training and rigorous expectations can have on creating teachers who are well prepared for the many challenges that we face. After many years working within my classroom and district, I look forward to the prospect to serve on a committee that would make decisions regarding licensure and certification requirements for Delaware educators so that our educators continue to be well prepared to meet the needs of our students. I am also interested in offering the perspective of a veteran on what I feel has been successful in helping to shape competent and well-prepared teachers. I am employed in a large public school each day with many excellent educators, and I believe I would be able to give unique insight into what licensure and certification requirements or policies they feel work in their favor and in what areas there could be improvement. It is incredibly important that the teacher's voice is heard in making or changing regulations, as we are the people who are most impacted when policies are implemented or modified. If confirmed, I am excited about the chance to discuss with a variety of stakeholders my insight into teaching, certification, and licensure. Thank you for your time and consideration in my appointment.
I thank you very much, Ms. Ray. Are there any comments, questions for Ms. Ray from the committee? If not, let me, excuse me, let me back up the tape. I'm told that there was some hands raised previously, and I did not call on senators. So we're gonna back the tape up for just a moment. And I want to make sure, I was told that Senator Hocker had his hand up. I did not see that on my screen for whatever reason. And I understand that Senator Secola also wanted to make some comments. Fortunately, we still have the nominees in the meeting. And so if I could go back to Senator Hocker first, if you'll bear with us, Ms. Rapp, please. Senator Hocker, you had some comments you wanted to make earlier.
I had more or less a question and then a comment. You know, I heard Mr. Chambers say that, you know, he was all for fairness and all that. And I wanted to make sure that went both ways, both for the employer and the employee. You know, I've been on the employee and employer side of this. And, that, you know, that was my main question, you know, is if he was for both sides and not just a one-sided fairness fellow.
And this was to Mr. Bay?
Mr. Chambers.
Oh, Chambers. Oh, and Mr. Chambers, he's still here.
I'm still here, Senator.
Miss Rapp, we'll come back to you. Just stay right where you are. You're doing great. But I'm very apologetic to my members. Mr. Chambers, did you hear Senator Hocker's comments?
Yes, I did, but my role.
Could you address them, please?
Certainly, my role I played was to be able to be, it's a thin line. You know, you facilitate resolution, and the term depends upon whether it is for management or whether it's for the employee. So it's just not employee side, it is both sides, and you make the decision based on what the given situation is.
Glad to hear that because I know there's two sides to every story.
Absolutely. You're right, Senator.
Thank you, Senator Hocker.
Thanks.
And Senator Secola, I'm told you also wanted to make a comment or ask a question. I'm not sure to which nominee.
Thank
The
you,
floor
Mr.
is yours,
Chairman.
sir.
I just wanted to make a comment. Frankly, I'm very pleased and impressed with the caliber of all of the nominees that are before us today. But I'd be negligent if I didn't say something very positive and special about Casey Montagne, who teaches at Shoe Middle School, where my daughter went. Unfortunately, my daughter went there 20 years ago, so she didn't get the pleasure of the benefit of being in Casey's school at that time. But Casey is a very important part of the team that is working to improve Shoe Middle School, and we will all benefit with her in a position that will be addressing issues that all our state schools will deal with. So I'm very pleased that she has agreed to go to this position and look forward to voting for her.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Senator Secola. To Valerie McCartan. Valerie,
Yes, Senator.
you see when senators raise their hand on the screen?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so going forward, if you would just interrupt me and let me know so that I don't miss anyone again. And I really am very apologetic to have missed several senators along the way there.
We'll do that,
Oh,
Senator. Thank
All
you.
right, we're back. Ms. Rapp, you have been very kind to and patient to wait for us, and thank you so much. Didn't mean to interrupt. Are there any questions and or comments to Ms. Rapp from any of the committee members? And any senators who are visiting us today? Okay, thank you, Ms. Rapp, for appearing before the committee. The next nominee that we have for the Delaware Agricultural Lands Preservation Foundation is Mark Collins. Mr. Collins? Where's Mr. Collins? There he is. Mr. Collins, you have to come off mute. You're on mute right now. Take your time, it's fine. I think it's down the bottom of your screen there.
I think I did it. Did I get it?
There you go. Okay.
Thank
Good
you.
afternoon, Mr. Collins. If you
Very
state your
sorry
name
about
for the record and a little bit about yourself, please,
Yes,
sir.
I'm Mark Collins. I'm from Laurel, Delaware. I'm a graduate of Laurel High School, a graduate of the University of Delaware. I'm a lifelong farmer, grew up on a farm. I think talking to my mother, I'm a 5th generation farmer. I am very enthused about, or my qualifications, I'm sorry. My qualifications for this position are that we've been in the program, my wife and I have had land in the farmland in a district for 25 years. And we have made offers and have had some of our bids accepted in the program. And anyway, that part of it, I feel like I'm qualified. I have good knowledge of the farmland preservation program. I also have a lot of experience leading meetings over the years and in various capacities. I was president of the Lower Arkansas Market and president of the Mardale Watermelon Association, among other things. The reason I'd like to serve is because I am a proponent of agriculture. We need farmland to continue agriculture as our #1 industry in the state of Delaware. I have a 23-year-old son who he wants to farm. That's what he's always wanted to do. Except for at one point when he was a kid, he wanted to be a Navy SEAL. But anyway, he changed his mind about that. And anyway, he has to have farmland to farm. And this younger generation coming up, they have to have that opportunity. And I will say, I had one senator tell me when I was speaking to him that we can't eat 2x4s. We have to have farmland to farm. So I appreciate being here. If anybody's got any questions.
Well, thank you, Mr. Collins, and thank you for what you do. Obviously, the legislature has and will and does deal with many, many agricultural issues. Our #1 industry in the state of Delaware, really.
Correct.
Questions, comments from members of the committee?
Senator McBride, Senator Poor has a question.
Senator Poor, please.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Collins. Thank you very much for your time. And so I don't have many farms left in my district, sadly to say. But the very few that I have, I am super supportive. The work that a farmer does is intense, and it is around the clock, and it is every single day with very little time off. And I've learned that it is something that each family member gives to this particular industry. So I'm glad to hear that this is being carried on in your family. But tell me, getting this confirmation, is there anything that you would change or anything that you look at this particular appointment that can be done differently in the Land Preservation Foundation?
At this point, I don't see anything that I would do different. This program is one of the top programs in the United States. I think they rate it, and I forgot who rated it this way, but as the #2 farmland preservation program in the nation. So that's a pretty high bar of success. I can't say off the top of my head anything that I would change at this point. And that's not to say that I won't learn as I go. I will always try to learn. So, but that at this point, no.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Poor. Other comments from members of the committee?
Senator McDowell has a question.
Thank you,
Senator McDowell?
Thank you, Mr. Collins, and thank you for what you do. I just want to say, as you know, we almost, the first round of the budget process this year, we weren't able to fund farmland preservation and open space preservation. Fortunately, we were, and I believe we've gotten both of those up to the level where we maximize the federal match. Is that correct?
I have understood that, yes.
Yeah, okay. And so I think join the majority leader in saying, I hope that we can look a little bit harder in preserving land and open space in Newcastle County. It's been quite difficult to do. That's all very productive area for housing development, which rises the values, versus some of the Western Sussex County land that just isn't very good for farming or housing. But maybe we need to have a relook at how we evaluate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator McDowell. And
Okay.
I see that Senator Ennis has his hand up, but Senator Ennis, just a moment. Valerie, I do not see if someone's putting their hand up on the screen. I don't see that.
Okay.
Anna, okay, so
Yes.
there's no problem in interrupting me. I don't want to miss any senators that would like to speak. So if you see the hand come up, you just jump in there.
We have
Senator
two.
Ennis.
We have two, Senator. We have from the committee. We have Senator Townsend.
Senator Townsend. Senator Ennis, let Senator Townsend go first and then Senator Ennis. Senator Townsend, the floor is yours, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Collins, just a quick question or a quick point. It's safe to say, obviously, from what you said and everyone else has said, that we're all committed to farmland preservation here, including continuing serious funding in our bond bill. It's safe to say, I assume, that you really want to make sure that ends up being funded, correct?
Absolutely. That's the only way you're going to buy these easements. And we're out here as farmers, we're discounting our property considerable to allow the state to buy these easements, but that's because we believe in the program.
Can you give a quick thought on what happens out there on the ground if there are hiccups in that process, if there's any uncertainty about funding, if it's not sure it's going to go? I mean, kind of how does that play out on the ground?
I can't tell you. I can only tell you from my personal standpoint. I'm committed to farming, so that's why we've been in the program for 25 years, and really, I made bids over the years at times, but I'd always said I wouldn't relinquish my development rights for less than 50% or 50% discount. And I have changed my mind to that over as I've gotten older. But I can't tell you how other people are really thinking about it at this point. I know there's always pressure from developers looking to, strip off land and things like that. And this is a program that's very important in trying to, mitigate that and keep that from happening.
Appreciate your thoughts on that. To that point, these are real families making real decisions. And my concern is if we don't have stability in the program, any questions about the program, literally it might take that one time around a dinner table one night, or frankly, early morning, I guess, after a long day of farming, maybe, where a decision is made. The family's like, we're not sure the funding's there. We're going to go ahead and make this decision. And that obviously could be very concerning. So I didn't mean to interrupt you there. If you have a comment on that, I certainly welcome.
No, I just was going to agree with you totally that's, you get a developer coming along, somebody, and, we need houses too. I understand that. I think, but, most of these people, most farmers want to keep the farmland in farming. It becomes sometimes an issue where they need income from someplace. And if you get into a position where the program's only funded at, 10% of its normal funding, and people realize that they're not going to be able to sell their development rights or take such a huge discount that there's no reason to, then, at that point, the developer may be the man that wins, and that's a shame.
Amen. I appreciate your comments. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Collins. Senator Ennis, you wanted to make some comments or questions?
Yes. Can you hear me okay? Okay.
Yeah.
Mr. Collins, as you probably know, I chaired the Senate Agriculture Committee. And when I originally saw your nomination, I was pleased that you were being considered. But there, one thing I noticed on one of the communications that you were going on the committee as chairman. Am I misunderstood on that? You're not going in as chairman, are you?
That's what position that I'm nominated for, and I had the same concern you do, Senator. But the understanding I got that there were members that I guess were approached on the committee who were not interested in stepping in, and I guess then Secretary of Agriculture, called me and asked me. That was my very first question, the same question you're asking. And he said that I was nominated. The governor asked that I would do it. So I hope that I can live up to the standards of Mr. Gary, who was the previous
want to be chairman. But if so, you've got big shoes to fill, and I'm sure you're very capable of it. That's the case.
Well,
But in any event,
I've had,
you alluded to sprawl a while ago, and I've always been an advocate for not only ag land, but also open space. I serve on the Open Space Council as well. And I just say, my position on sprawl is if we have the infrastructure, fine. But I've seen so many farms in my district that have gone to development, unfortunately. And unlike Center Poor, I have a number of farms in my district. I'm south of now, running from South Canal clear down to north of Dover. So congratulations, and I certainly have my support. I saw it. Sorry, I missed your call, but I did turn the call to your home phone.
yes, I got your message. I was actually out doing something, I didn't hear the phone. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Pettyjohn, I believe, had his hand raised.
Yeah, thank you, Senator McBride. Mr. Collins, I want to thank you for stepping forward for this position. It's a very important position. I also have a family farm. I've spent, I don't know how many times, how many hours, probably days, weeks worth of time out in the field. And I know the hard work that our farming community puts out there to feed our families, to feed the livestock and poultry that we grow that also feeds us, not only here in Delaware, but Delmarva across the world. I was going to touch on the same thing Senator Ennis did, that you were going in as chair. And that's a big leap and some pretty big shoes to fill. It's an important responsibility. And with the Ag Lands Preservation Foundation, I think one of the reasons why we've been so successful here in Delaware and ranked #2, sometimes #1 in the country in terms of percentage of farmland that's been permanently preserved is the quality of the board that we have and the investment that the state puts into that program. There are a number of farmers that put in year after year, hoping to get that discount rate back to 50%. But we put our farm, my family put our farm in, years ago, and I think it was about a 70% discount. But for us, it wasn't necessarily about getting the money out of it; it was preserving that farmland permanently. Many generations of Pettyjohns have farmed the land down here. And I intend for that to happen. And I think that's what you're seeing a lot of farm families decide as well, that it's not necessarily about the money anymore, but it's about permanently preserving it. And I just want to make sure you keep that in the back of your mind. Great to have you, apply for the board and look forward to voting for you when we go into the full session.
I appreciate that, Senator. And I will say again, that was my very first question when Secretary Skuse called me, was why, having not been on the board, was I going to be nominated to be chair of the board. But I will do all I can to live up to, there was only 2 previous chairs to this foundation, Dr. Carlson and Mr. Gary from Harrington. And they were rule followers, and I'm a rule follower too. So I will abide by the text of the legislation and the regulations that have followed.
Thank you much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Pettyjohn. I have a request to IT. The voice from Senator Pettyjohn had an echo or some, is that correct? Am I right? Am I the only one that heard that? Nobody's commenting. Let's go on to something else and I'll come
We
back.
did, Senator, we did hear the echo coming back.
Yeah, it was pretty bad at times.
So maybe someone could work with Senator Pettyjohn after the committee meeting to help him out with it. I don't know what it would be. Thank you. No further questions for Mr. Collins. Mr. Collins, thank you very much for coming for the committee today. Next nominee that we have is position appointee to Judge of Superior Court, Mark Connor. Mr. Connor.
Good afternoon, Senator. I am Mark Connor, and good afternoon to all the senators, and thank you for your time. 30 years ago, I started my career in Superior Court as a clerk for Judge Tolliver. I then served for 4 years in the Civil Division of the Department of Justice, where I represented various state agencies and employees in all kinds of matters, including cases in Superior Court, Chancery Court, and the United States District Court. In 1995, I switched gears and I joined the Criminal Division of the Department of Justice. And in that career, I prosecuted and tried numerous felony cases, misdemeanor cases in all of the courts, including 10 first-degree murder cases, tried, just not handled. In the Criminal Division, I also served in supervisory roles in various units and represented the Attorney General in all kinds of community meetings. More recently, the past 4 years, I practice shifted, and I've been a defense attorney for the Office of Conflicts Counsel, representing indigent people charged with crimes in Superior Court, Family Court, the Court of Common Pleas in Sussex County. As you can see, most of my 30 years, I have served in public service. And I can tell you, for me, it's an honor and a privilege to serve the people of Delaware in all of my previous roles. My entire career, I practiced with integrity and honesty, and I can assure you senators and the people of Delaware that if honored with this confirmation to Superior Court, I certainly will treat all who come before Superior Court with fairness, equality, and an open mind. I'm hoping for the Senate's confirmation. I thank you again for your time, and I would love to come this full circle, continue working for Superior Court, this time as a judge, not as a clerk. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Connor. And are there questions, comments from members of the committee?
Yes, Senator Townsend.
Senator Townsend.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Connor, I'm a former law clerk for former Chancellor Chandler down in Georgetown, so I know what it means when you talk about being a clerk and now coming full circle. Question for you. You're referring to the Honorable Charles Tolliver, correct?
Correct.
So I would like, if you could, just very briefly, please give us, and I ask you that you do maybe be flexible with clerk or judge confidentiality here, if you could, just for our entertainment. Please if you could tell a quick example of something you learned from him that you certainly want to take with you and apply as a judge, and then something that you saw him do that you definitely don't want to repeat as a judge.
I obviously was fresh out of law school, not really knowing exactly, and it was Judge Tolliver's first year on Superior Court. And we were certainly both trying to figure out our roles. The one thing I would take from seeing Judge Tolliver work that first year, and I went on to try numerous felony cases before Judge Tolliver, had wonderful experiences all the time, was his work ethic. I was always afraid to leave. It'd be 6 or 7 at night because Judge Tolliver would still be at his desk working. And I will always think back and say, that's what I certainly will need to do, just as I have in my other practice. Judge Tolliver, just a wonderful person. I can't really think of any negatives on his part, other than the fact that he called me the other night and harassed me about my nomination.
That sounds like him. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, it does.
Thank you, Senator Townsend. Other comments, questions from members of the committee?
Senator Hawker.
Thank you, Mr. Connor, for coming in today. One question I have, you're coming from the Office of Conflicts Counsel to Superior Court Judge. Do you see any conflict of interest in making that move?
I do. I know in my questionnaire, I indicated no, and I was thinking more on a personal level. I met with President Judge Jordan this week, and we also conferred with the Chief Defender O'Neill. And we think it'd be best and appropriate that for the next year, I would abstain from hearing any cases coming from the Office of Conflicts Counsel. That would allow me to hear cases where the public defender is involved, private attorneys, and civil cases. And that would give a year to have the cases from the Office of Conflicts Counsel filter through.
Thanks, and I think that's a wise decision.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Hawker. Any other comments, questions from members, other senators in attendance? If not, Mr. Connors, I thank you very much for coming before the committee.
Thank you for your time.
You're welcome. The next appointee to come before the committee, Judge of the Court of Common Pleas, Ray Mims.
Good afternoon, Senator McBride. And good
Afternoon.
afternoon, members of the Executive Committee. Thank you for your time today. As you said, my name is Ray Mims, and I am a nominee for the Court of Common Pleas for Sussex County. I am a licensed attorney in the state of Delaware, the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, and the United States District Court of Delaware. Similar to the Court of Common Pleas, I have work experience in both criminal law and civil law. In terms of criminal, I started my career as a Deputy Attorney General in the Criminal Division, prosecuting misdemeanors in the Court of Common Pleas in Sussex County. I've also prosecuted misdemeanors in Family Court, Justice of the Peace Court, and felonies in Superior Court. I'm well-versed in the criminal code, in discovery matters, as well as in the rules of evidence. And I'm very familiar with many members of the defense bar down in Sussex County. As far as my civil practice goes, I represented many state agencies, boards, and commissions, and litigated on their behalf in both state and federal court. And I think that also makes me well-versed in civil procedure, motions practice, as well as working with opposing counsel during settlement. And I feel that I could hit the ground running because of my knowledge of Sussex County in particular. I want this nomination, should I be confirmed, because it really is sort of the evolution of my service to the state of Delaware and to my community. And I feel that I bring a unique voice that is necessary and needed in Sussex County. And I feel I can be a fair and impartial decision maker in all matters. And I greatly appreciate your consideration today for the nomination.
Ms. Mims, thank you so very much. Questions, comments from members of the committee? Questions, comments from senators in attendance? If not, Ms. Mims, thank you so very much for coming before the committee.
Thank you.
You're welcome. The next appointee that we have, Judge Court of Common Pleas, Monica Horton. Monica, Ms. Horton, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, senators. Thank you. I am Monica Horton, and I'm very fortunate to have this opportunity to appear before you and speak a little bit about my qualifications and the reason why I'm seeking this position as a judge in the Court of Common Pleas. Most of my career has been spent as a litigator. I've handled straightforward cases as well as those that are more complex in nature. I have practiced in state and federal courts, and I've also appeared before administrative boards. And in those roles, I've become familiar with the rules of procedure as well as the rules of evidence. As the law clerk, I actually had the opportunity to draft dispositive opinions that were then reviewed by my assigned judges. And I've also acquired various skills as a nurse, a registered nurse in the state of Delaware, not the least of which is the ability to receive highly technical information from my healthcare colleagues and then turn around and communicate that information to my patients, who for the most part were largely unfamiliar with medical jargon and the subject matter of medicine. So I believe that all of those skills combined qualify me to be confirmed as a judge in the Court of Common Pleas. For the past several years of my career, I have spent it in public service, first with the county and most recently with the state government. Working in public service has allowed me to make a difference in my local community. And if I'm confirmed today, serving as a judge would enable me to continue that dedication and commitment to public service and allow me to have a greater impact on the broader community in which I live. I want to be respectful of your time, so I'll conclude my remarks at this point. However, I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have for me. Thank you.
Ms. Horton, thank you so very much. Questions, comments from members of the committee? Seeing none, any questions, comments from senators attending the meeting? If not, Ms. Horton, I thank you for coming before the committee.
Thank you.
The next, you're welcome. The next nominee that we have, appointee, Commissioner of Family Court, Francis Michkowski, and I'm going to call you Francis or Frank because you look familiar to me. Welcome back.
I may. Thank
Well,
you. Your Honor. Thank you.
Maybe you could start out by telling your name and tell us how much you enjoyed working at the legislature.
I was going to conclude with that, but perhaps I'll start with that. I am Frank Michkowski. I may look a little familiar to a number of you because I served as a legislative fellow
in
2002 and 2003 in the Senate, specifically working with the Senate majority. But thank you, Senator McBride. I am, as I said, Frank Michkowski, nominee for the Commissioner of Family Court in Newcastle County. I currently serve in the Delaware Department of Justice, where I have previously served in the Child Support Unit, Domestic Violence and Child Abuse Unit, and currently in the Juvenile Unit. All of my work at the Department of Justice, or nearly all of my work, has been in family court. Much of the work that I do has been focused on the rehabilitative nature of family court, whether that is resolving cases with the appropriate diversionary programs or recommending services for children with the various stakeholders involved in juvenile justice. I believe in this time that I have earned the reputation of being fair and consistent and have demonstrated the work ethic that would be required of a commissioner in family court. I also believe my background as an educator makes me uniquely qualified. My experience in education gave me the opportunity to learn how to speak with people in a way that they will understand. It's a valuable skill in family court. And family court is likewise unique. It's a place where people come, oftentimes without representation, with everyday issues that affect their families, their children, or their marriages. That skill of communicating with people, not necessarily in a legal language, but rather in a way they will understand, is essential to the job of a commissioner in family court. My career has focused entirely on public service and nonprofit work. If confirmed, it would be an honor to continue that public service, that commitment to public service, which my parents, both of whom have had long careers in public and nonprofit work, instilled in me at a very young age. Family court is a place that I've called home for over 8 years. It's a court in which I plan to practice for the duration of my career, and of course, if confirmed, as a member of its bench. It's a position I would be honored in which to serve. Finally, I'm a lifelong Delawarean. I earned my BA and my MPA from the University of Delaware in 2001 and 2003, respectively, the latter of which, as I said, I had the opportunity to work with many of you in the Senate as a legislative fellow. I earned my law degree from Widener University, Delaware Law School, as a night student in 2011. And finally, I would like to thank the Governor for his nomination, members of this committee, and members of the Senate for this opportunity. I'm truly honored and humbled to be before you today. Thank you.
Frank, thank you so much. I did want to mention you going through the Legislative Fellows Program because I know I speak for all my colleagues. We're very proud of that program. We've had a lot of wonderful people come through that program. As you may know, our governor was a legislative fellow. I'm not saying someday you're going to be governor or something like that, but it never ceases to amaze me through life when I run into former participants in that program, and you're just one of the many success stories. And it's wonderful that you're here, and I personally can say I very much enjoyed working with you when you were in the Senate. So welcome back, kind of thing. Yeah.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Questions, comments from, you're welcome. Questions, comments from members of the committee? Senator Ennis, no question for committee members. Senator Ennis. You have to unmute.
Thank you. Francis, I had several colleagues in the Senate and House who were involved in task forces involving open family court. A number of years ago, Delaware enacted legislation that made family court a constitutional court. And of course, the law says that a constitutional court shall be open. So again, I chaired a task force, served on a task force, I wasn't chair, for open court and family court. I hope you will have an open mind on this issue of open court. Not that we have any legislation in the near future I know of that we're going to introduce, but I hope you will have an open mind on family court. We visited Connecticut, for example, and many were invited to go as well. And family court did send people to another state where they did have open family court. But I think we found through the task force and Connecticut contacts that open family court had a lot of advantages. Certainly there are certain cases where it wouldn't be open, naturally for proprietary information. But I just hope as a nominee, you'll keep an open mind on that issue if it comes forward. Not to put you on the spot. Thank you.
Yes, Senator, thank you. My experience so far in family court has been only with the portions of it that are open, whether it is domestic violence, child support, or in the juvenile delinquency unit. I think my track record has demonstrated that I approach my work now with an open mind, and certainly with whatever legislation would be passed and of course signed, that I would apply that as required of that position. So I think I hope that answers your question, but I would certainly be bringing an open mind to the bench.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Ennis. Any other questions, comments, members, or senators? If not, Mr. Michkowski, thank you so very much for coming before the committee. Always good to see you.
Thank you, Senator.
You're welcome. The last appointee from the governor for Secretary, Department of Health and Social Services, Molly McGarrick. Molly, very nice to see you, as always.
Thank you, Senator. And I understand this is a special day for you, so I feel privileged to be able to.
Oh, stop it, no, please. Yeah, I got up this morning. I was very special. Thank you.
So good afternoon, Mr. Pro Tem, members of the Senate Executive Committee and other senators. My name is Molly McGarrick, and it is an honor to be before you today, albeit virtually. I wish we could all be in person. I believe I'm uniquely positioned to take the helm of the Department of Health and Social Services because for the last 3.5 years, I've led 11 divisions and almost 4,000 employees alongside Secretary Walker. Additionally, I've spent almost the last 20 years involved in Delaware policy and public service, which gives me important perspectives on both our department and our state in terms of moving forward. And I've been so fortunate to be engaged in such critical work with members of the Delaware legislature, elected leaders, and stakeholders across the state to really bring DHSS into the 21st century. And some of that work includes looking at realigning pieces of the department to better serve Delawareans, looking at outdated systems and processes, and most importantly, working and partnering better with providers who deliver critical services to Delawareans. This work is so vital to the future of the department. My passion for public service, though, comes from personal experience, and that perspective helps me better understand the lives and the opportunities to affect the people that the department serves. I remember as a 10-year-old child, my parents facing thousands of dollars in medical bills, bill collectors, and really an uncertain financial future due to my mother's high-risk pregnancy. Just 5 years ago, I actually had my own high-risk pregnancy and subsequent NICU stay for my twin daughters. And it just, again, drives home the importance of the work that we do at the department. Thankfully, and not surprisingly, my daughters received exceptional care at one of our Delaware hospitals, and they're actually starting kindergarten this fall. But I know stories like mine have different endings for so many Delaware moms and children. And so throughout the 3.5 years of my time at DHSS and my entire career, I've tried to put Delawareans at the center of my work. And my commitment to you is that I will continue to do so if I'm fortunate enough to be confirmed as secretary. The Delawareans that are served by our department are not numbers, they're not statistics, they're not anecdotes for policy conversations or discussions. They're our neighbors, our friends, our family members. And so the work we do directly impacts people's lives, and we must take seriously that commitment to Delawareans. And so to conclude, I am so grateful and humbled for the opportunity to be considered for the position of Cabinet Secretary. I thank you so much for your time today and look forward to your questions.
Thank you very much. Committee members, questions, comments?
Senator Townsend.
Senator Townsend.
Molly, congratulations. I'm thrilled to be supporting your nomination. We didn't come up together in terms of working in Delaware policy and politics. We have a lot of mutual friends who did come up with you in that way. And to whatever extent your daughters aren't already aware of all that you do and have done for Delaware, I'm sure in the coming years they'll become more aware of it. And I'm just so happy for you about how proud they're going to rightfully be of you. Two quick questions. I mean, they're very broad topics. Obviously, we have a committee hearing today and a vote later, and then we're in the middle of a pandemic. So there's a lot to do, a lot to get to. But I do want to touch on them and just have your brief response. And as chair of Senate Health, we'll continue to work with DHSS very closely as I have. And it's in that capacity, I really do appreciate all your accessibility, all your immediate savvy and engagement on the issues. It's extremely impressive. So two questions. I'll take this one at a time real quick. Number one, you mentioned this topic, but wanted to expand briefly, if you could, the issue of engagement with stakeholders. Obviously, there's been a lot, especially in the disability community and home health providers, among others. If you just kind of talk about your thoughts in the coming weeks and months about what you might be doing in regards to engagement of those participants and those stakeholders.
Sure, absolutely. And thank you for that question. As I said in my opening remarks, and as we've had the opportunity to do through a lot of engagement with the legislature, including finalizing a methodology report that should hopefully be posted shortly. But the department needs to be committed and focused and truly understand how we can serve people. And so that needs to occur through direct conversations and engagement with people, both before, during, and after we enact policies that are going to directly impact their lives. And so my commitment is to continue working with the members of the legislature, contracted providers who really are truly an extension of the department in that they deliver the services more so than the department does these days, to find ways to consistently improve and do everything we can to make sure that we're taking their concerns seriously and that we're taking their feedback into consideration, again, not just at the end when policy is enacted, but truly engaging them throughout the process.
I'm going to insert a quick part B to my first question. Can you just from my own understanding and for everyone's understanding, can you just talk about how that kind of relationship can or cannot also relate within even like the RFP or RFI process itself? I mean, you guys have certain expertise and perspective within DHSS, but there have been times when people out there in the community, stakeholders, organizations say, we want to work with the department, we want to get this right, but like some of the RFPs or RFIs seem to like not be structured to take into account the kinds of expert perspectives that we on the ground really need to see there. So it's not like someone's trying to get a contract, they're just trying to make sure that a framework and RFP is. So can you talk about kind of the balance that you need to strike about how to include expert opinion even ahead of time and how you even begin to craft like the RFPs?
Sure, absolutely. And again, great question. So I think that's why it's important to engage people before the RFP gets out onto the streets, so that people truly understand what we're trying to achieve and make sure that we're willing and open to listening to, this is our perspective on how the service has to be delivered or what we're trying to achieve, but how realistic is that? How feasible are our timelines? And because obviously procurement law has to be followed, it's that initial engagement before the RFP, when we're in the conceptual process, we know something's going to come up for bid within the next 6 months or a year. How are we not only continuously talking about, again, opportunities to do better, but again, notifying people and making sure they understand that we're about to enter a process and want to really understand what perspectives the department should have before an RFP is released, so that one, the RFP doesn't catch people by surprise, but two, it's not a situation where then, to your point, we're saying, sorry, we can't talk to you now.
Definitely. I think there's been times in the recent months and years, and I appreciate you working on that moving forward. Second quick question is regarding home care. If you could talk about your individual perspective and DHSS perspective as we move forward, particularly in the context of a pandemic, but home care and sort of some of the challenges you see there and some of the opportunities you see there.
Sure. And I think this has obviously been a very difficult situation for a lot of provider. I mean, everyone in the state, obviously, but we know that certain providers within our community operate on very razor thin margins. And so again, that type of context and not looking to do blanket proposals, but really try to drill down and target interventions or understand how our policies will directly impact one community versus another. Because again, if we're looking at providers as a monolith, a large health system versus a small provider, that it's just a different scope and scale. And so again, really the conversations and what makes Delaware such a wonderful place to work and to do this type of work is that we can get people in the room. We do have very engaged legislators who can help us, really understand what we're trying to achieve and what we need to do. And if we need to do something differently, we have to own that, acknowledge it, and find a better path forward.
Thanks. Appreciate your comments. I look forward to working with you and all of that in a very uncertain weeks and months and even years to come. And delighted when the governor mentioned or announced your name. I know there's been various backgrounds of DHSS secretaries over the years, and I really look forward to what you're going to be able to do, Mary, in the policy and the stakeholder engagement with the actual delivery of services. Look forward to it very much. Thanks, Molly.
Thank you very much.
Are there other questions, comments?
Senator
Senator,
Poor.
Senator Poor, Senator Hocker next. Go ahead, please. Senator Poor.
Thank you,
You're welcome.
President Pro Tem. Hello, Molly.
My senator, hello.
So, this is an exciting moment. One, because obviously, I've been deeply vested in DHSS for a multitude of reasons, but more importantly for the constituents in my district. The needs of your department range all over the board. And so, you have some amazing people that work for you and they deliver outstanding services. I think one of the things, though, that with any organization, that there needs to be some uniformity across all boards. And I think some of the things that we have been hearing are related to technology, related to being able to, from one division to talk to another division. So that way they are bridging the gap. And also, I think it provides efficiency and effectiveness, but also will provide cost savings in the long run. Mm-hmm. So, and this also goes to our providers, right? You were just recently talking to Senator Townsend in regards to RFPs. Obviously we've had a lot of conversation on what that procurement looks like and how we're able to best find the organizations that can support the needs of our people. So what I'd like to know is, how do you see technology playing a role in you being able to make decisions, and how we can communicate effectively, not only with one another inside the department, but also externally?
Sure. And thank you for your question. And thank you for all the work that you've done alongside our department over the last year. I think we've made some very important discoveries, and I think obviously pandemic has slowed some things down, but we're still committed to continuing that work going forward. So technology, I think we're taking a big step forward with legislation that was passed last year, consolidating. We have our own information research management department that's different than DTI. And so that consolidation effort, I think, is going to do a lot in terms of helping us leverage systems and economies of scale and moving processes forward. And I think to your point about having standardization, we have over the last 3.5 years really tried to bring like divisions together to have conversations where there are shared documents. The average Delawarean doesn't really want to get into, oh, that's not my division, that's a different division. So it starts with better communications, and then really truly where the rubber meets the road, realigning policies. So we just moved to an online procurement platform that'll help to reduce some variability, which is going to help. So I think grabbing onto those opportunities that are brought to us by stakeholders and people saying, this doesn't work for me, can you all find a different process? And then I also think the power of social media. There are people out there that have, such as yourself, that are very prolific on social media, who from the communities that we serve have a much bigger platform and microphone and trust than DHSS does. How do we partner with them? How do we help them, help us, help them? Really to leverage those platforms and have people have greater trust in the department that we're truly working for their interests. So we have exceptional communications people at DHSS. I think it's really a matter of just doubling down on some of the things we've done and just continually looking for opportunities and truly putting a hand out to stakeholders and saying, how do we partner better together? Could we do something on social media? How do we think differently about how to communicate?
Sure. Well, Molly, I would be remiss if I don't acknowledge that while all of us have just navigated through this pandemic, the amount of time that you have taken, whether it be 6 o'clock in the morning or it be 11 o'clock at night, to take my calls, to help me help the people that I represent. And so, when your name came up, this was easy for me, because if anybody knows anything about me, they know I just want the very best for anybody that needs anything. And so that level of support that you gave during a time where none of us knew what was going to happen, how it was going to happen, and also the great debates on needing something more and you being able to disagree, but know that at the same time we are serving the people in Delaware the best way that we can with the most supports that we can provide. So I'm very much looking forward to confirming you today.
Thank you so much.
Comments from members of the committee. Senator Hocker?
Thanks, Molly, and congratulations. The concern I have is we're hearing tell of a second wave probably going to come in the fall. If that wave's come, do you recommend closing businesses again like we did this spring?
Sure, and it's a great question, and it's a question we hear a lot, especially as we've seen 12 states around the country start to look like they're approaching either a second wave or whatever it is. It's an increase in cases. I really do think it's important to understand that we are in a very different place as a state than where we were in the spring when the stay-at-home order was given by the governor. Back in the spring, there were chronic supply chain issues. It was hard for people to get personal protective equipment. We weren't clear when we were going to get tests. That's changed now. Thankfully, those issues have worked their way out. We get emails, thousands of emails of people saying, "Hey, we have a test." So, those issues have been largely resolved, and so it puts us in a better place. And additionally, we did not have the contact tracing, which is the ability to understand who is positive, who they've been in touch with, and then how do we educate those individuals about isolating from community. So I really do think the evolution of the response and the approach to a second wave is to be much more targeted and to leverage our new resources around testing and contact tracing to be more surgical in the strike around going into particular communities or identifying clusters, as opposed to trying to take a broad brush stroke that we know has dramatic impacts on the economy, employers, employees, families, Delaware budget. So again, very grateful for the support of the legislature, the federal government to provide resources that really allow us to be much better positioned. And then I'm remiss if I don't mention the Governor's Pandemic Resurgence Advisory Committee, which is bringing people together from multiple sectors, again, to help us be better prepared if we end up in a situation where there's a second wave.
I'd like to comment on that. I kept 5 businesses open during all this. Strive very hard to keep my customers safe, my employees safe. We did a great job. Nobody got sick. And I saw many other businesses that I felt could have been open and stayed open. And some of those now aren't going to make it. I mean, they're not open yet, and they're, got a chance of losing everything they have worked for. And I think we just went overboard on who could close and who could stay open. And I was totally against a lot of those businesses closing. That's why I asked this question. And I hope that is considered if we do have another wave.
Absolutely. Senator. We need to learn from what happened and what we could have done better, and what we did well, and then absolutely take that into account as we go forward. So thank you for that. And thank you for all of the perspective that you've provided to our department as a legislator speaking for your constituents.
Senator Cloutier.
Thank you. Well, Molly, Senator Townsend and Senator Poor said it all, and it was great to hear Senator Hawker's question. So I just want to give you a few words of thank you for all you've done. And you saved another life this weekend. And you know what that is about. And you answered immediately, you reacted, got the right treatment, and the family is eternally grateful. So I know that's one of the many that you have saved and will continue. So I will be voting to confirm you. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Senator Cloutier. Are there any other questions, comments from senators?
Senator Ennis.
Senator Ennis?
Thank you, Molly. Just in interest of time, I'll just make a comment if I may. Congratulations on your appointment. Number one, I've been very impressed with not only the division directors within the Department of Health and Social Service, but many administrators as well. I hope as you're successful today, that you won't be replacing a lot of them, because I'm real impressed. For example, the division director of substance abuse and mental health, again, has done a terrific job. My position on joint finance as a member, and also the corrections and public safety, that division has done so much for inmates being released at Gander Hill and other institutions. And that's been a great program, as many of the divisions have as well, and administrators. I was a little upset that the state decided, the health department decided to close one of our famous 5-star centers, and that's, of course, at Delaware City. But I hope that you will consider not making too many changes, if any, to the division directors and administrators who do a fine job. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
Senator McDowell, did he have a question?
I think
No?
my questions have been answered. I look forward to seeing Molly McGurk confirmed.
All right, thank you, Senator McDowell. Are there any other questions, comments for Molly? If not, I thank you for coming before the committee today.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. And with that, as the meeting concludes, I would like to thank the nominees who came before the Senate today. We appreciate your patience and cooperation in this virtual proceeding. I ask that you now exit the Zoom meeting, join the full Senate proceedings online via the YouTube link available on the General Assembly website. Our session will begin at 3:30, at which time we will bring forth each of your names for confirmation vote by the full Senate. I hope that you will join through that YouTube link to follow the proceedings. I thank everyone for their participation today, whether as a member of the body or as a citizen listening and watching these proceedings today through the YouTube link. For those watching these proceedings on YouTube, there will be a short recess during which the YouTube screen will state that the Senate will resume momentarily. At 3:30, we will go live again with Lieutenant Governor Bethany Hall Long, who presides over the Delaware State Senate. And she will call the Senate into session. Thank you and good afternoon to all. The Senate Executive Committee stands adjourned.
The Senate will come to order. Welcome to Delaware State Senate's virtual session. Madam Secretary, do you have communications for us today?
Madam President, communications from the Clerk of the House, withdrawals of sponsorship, and committee reports from the Executive Committee.
Thank you, ma'am. And you will have our assistant read those in, please. Thank you.
The House wishes to inform the Senate that it has passed House Bill number 341, 343, 345, 347, 349 with House Amendment 1, House Bill number 342, 344, 346 with House Amendment 5 and a fiscal note. Withdrawal of sponsorship requests. I, Senator Colin Benini, do hereby request that my name be removed as co-sponsor of HCR 74, date January 30th of 2020. Withdrawal of sponsorship requests. I, Senator Trey Pardee, hereby request that my name be removed as co-sponsor of SB 220, date March 11th, 2020. Memo to Joy Bauer, Secretary of the Senate, from Rich Puffer, Chief Clerk of the House of Representatives, date June 22nd, 2020. Representative John J. Viola respectfully requests his name be removed as the House prime sponsor of Senate Bill number 255. Thank you for your attention to this request. Please do not hesitate to contact me should you have any questions. Reports from Executive Committee. Memo from Senator David B. McBride, Chair, Senate Executive Committee, to Joy C. Bauer, Secretary of the Senate, date June 23rd, 2020, referencing the Executive Committee report. Madam Secretary, due to the extraordinary situation of an Executive Committee hearing within virtual format, the following will suffice as the official reports from the committee and to be attached to the original nominations. State of Delaware Senate 150th General Assembly, Senate Executive Committee report. The Senate Executive Committee, to which the nomination of Gregory Chambers has been referred to on June 17th, 2020, reports the same back to the Senate on June 23rd, 2020, 6 on its merits. Senate Executive Committee report. The Senate Executive Committee, to which the nomination of Casey Montigny has been referred to on June 17th, 2020, reports back to the Senate on June 23rd, 2020, 6 on its merits. Senate Executive Committee report. The Senate Executive Committee, to which the nomination of Kay Ree Bay has been referred on June 17th, 2020, reports the same back to the Senate on June 23rd, 2020, 6 on its merits. Senate Executive Committee report. The Senate Executive Committee, to which the nomination of Melissa Rapp has been referred on June 17th, 2020, reports the same back to the Senate on June 23rd, 2020, 6 on its merits. Senate Executive Committee report. The Senate Executive Committee, to which the nomination of Mark Collins has been referred June 17th, 2020, reports the same back to the Senate on June 23rd, 2020, 6 on its merits. Senate Executive Committee report. The Senate Executive Committee, to which the nomination of Mark Connor has been referred on June 17th, 2020, reports the same back to the Senate on June 23rd, 2020, 6 on its merits. Senate Executive Committee report. The Senate Executive Committee, to which the nomination of Ray Mims has been referred on June 17th, 2020, reports the same back to the Senate on June 23rd, 2020, 6 on its merits. Senate Executive Committee report. The Senate Executive Committee, to which the nomination of Monica Horton has been referred on June 17th, 2020, reports the same back to the Senate on June 23rd, 2020, 6 on its merits. Senate Executive Committee report. The Senate Executive Committee, to which the nomination of Francis Mychowski has been referred on June 17th, 2020, reports the same back to the Senate on June 23rd, 2020, 6 on its merits. Senate Executive Committee report. The Senate Executive Committee, to which the nomination of Molly McGarrick has been referred on June 17th, 2020, reports the same back to the Senate on June 23rd, 2020, 6 on its merits. Senate Executive Committee report. The Senate Executive Committee, to which the nomination of Michael Ratchford has been referred on June 17th, 2020, reports the same back to the Senate on June 23rd, 2020, 6 on its merits. Senate Executive Committee report. The Senate Executive Committee, to which the nomination of Joan Coker, MD, has been referred on June 17th, 2020, reports the same back to the Senate on June 23rd, 2020, 6 on its merits. Senate Executive Committee report. The Senate Executive Committee, to which the nomination of Donald Puglisi has been referred on June 17th, 2020, reports the same back to the Senate on June 23rd, 2020, 6 on its merits. Senate Executive Committee report. The Senate Executive Committee, to which the nomination of Richard Levine has been referred on June 17th, 2020, reports the same back to the Senate on June 23rd, 2020, 6 on its merits. Senate Executive Committee report. The Senate Executive Committee, to which the nomination of William Patterson has been referred on June 17th, 2020, reports the same back to the Senate on June 23rd, 2020, 6 on its merits. Senate Executive Committee report. The Senate Executive Committee, to which the nomination of Henry Decker has been referred on June 17th, 2020, reports the same back to the Senate on June 23rd, 2020, 6 on its merits. Senate Executive Committee report. The Senate Executive Committee, to which the nomination of Mark Mervani has been referred on June 17th, 2020, reports the same back to the Senate on June 23rd, 2020, 6 on its merits. Senate Executive Committee report. The Senate Executive Committee, to which the nomination of Patricia Mall has been referred on June 17th, 2020, reports the same back to the Senate on June 23rd, 2020, 6 on its merits. Senate Executive Committee report. The Senate Executive Committee, to which the nomination of Mary Mackenzie Danzler has been referred on June 17th, 2020, reports the same back to the Senate on June 23rd, 2020, 6 on its merits. Senate Executive Committee report. The Senate Executive Committee, to which the nomination of Robert Mitchell has been referred on June 17th, 2020, reports the same back to the Senate on June 23rd, 2020, 6 on its merits. Senate Executive Committee report. The Senate Executive Committee, to which the nomination of Michael Hare has been referred on June 17th, 2020, reports the same back to the Senate on June 23rd, 2020, 6 on its merits. Senate Executive Committee report. The Senate Executive Committee, to which the nomination of Diane Glenn has been referred on June 17th, 2020, reports the same back to the Senate on June 23rd, 2020, 6 on its merits. Senate Executive Committee report. The Senate Executive Committee, to which the nomination of Brigadier General Ernest Talbert has been referred on June 17th, 2020, reports the same back to the Senate on June 23rd, 2020, 6 on its merits. Senate Executive Committee report. The Senate Executive Committee, to which the nomination of Herbert Conowitz has been referred on June 17th, 2020, reports the same back to the Senate on June 23rd, 2020, 6 on its merits. Senate Executive Committee report. The Senate Executive Committee, to which the nomination of Menubai Korea has been referred on June 17th, 2020, reports the same back to the Senate on June 23rd, 2020, 6 on its merits. Senate Executive Committee report. The Senate Executive Committee, to which the nomination of Edward Marecki has been referred on June 17th, 2020, reports back to the Senate on June 23rd, 2020, 6 on its merits. Senate Executive Committee report. The Senate Executive Committee, to which the nomination of Stephanie Ligori has been referred on June 17th, 2020, reports the same back to the Senate on June 23rd, 2020, 6 on its merits. Senate Executive Committee report. The Senate Executive Committee, to which the nomination of Elizabeth Marin has been referred on June 17th, 2020, reports the same back to the Senate on June 23rd, 2020, 6 on its merits. Senate Executive Committee report. The Senate Executive Committee, to which the nomination of Victoria Carnes has been referred on June 17th, 2020, reports the same back to the Senate on June 23rd, 2020, 6 on its merits. Senate Executive Committee report. The Senate Executive Committee, to which the nomination of the Honorable Andrea Freud has been referred on June 17th, 2020, reports the same back to the Senate on June 23rd, 2020, 6 on its merits. Senate Executive Committee report. The Senate Executive Committee, to which the nomination of the Honorable Alicia Howard has been referred on June 17th, 2020, reports the same back to the Senate on June 23rd, 2020, 6 on its merits. Senate Executive Committee report. The Senate Executive Committee, to which the nomination of the Honorable Kim Ibonte has been referred on June 17th, 2020, reports the same back to the Senate on June 23rd, 2020, 6 on its merits. Senate Executive Committee report. The Senate Executive Committee, to which the nomination of the Honorable John Potts has been referred on June 17th, 2020, reports the same back to the Senate on June 23rd, 2020, 6 on its merits. Senate Executive Committee report. The Senate Executive Committee, to which the nomination of the Honorable Carrie Taylor has been referred on June 17th, 2020, reports the same back to the Senate on June 23rd, 2020, 6 on its merits. Senate Executive Committee report. The Senate Executive Committee, to which the nomination of the Honorable Douglas Cox Sr. has been referred on June 17th, 2020, reports the same back to the Senate on June 23rd, 2020, 6 on its merits. Senate Executive Committee report. The Senate Executive Committee, to which the nomination of the Honorable John Adams has been referred on June 17th, 2020, reports the same back to the Senate on June 23rd, 2020, 6 on its merits. Senate Executive Committee report. The Senate Executive Committee, to which the nomination of the Honorable Jennifer Sammons has been referred on June 17th, 2020, reports the same back to the Senate on June 23rd, 2020, 6 on its merits. Senate Executive Committee report. The Senate Executive Committee, to which the nomination of the Honorable Scott Willey has been referred on June 17th, 2020, reports the same back to the Senate on June 23rd, 2020, 6 on its merits. Senate Executive Committee report. The Senate Executive Committee, to which the nomination of the Honorable Michelle Jewell has been referred on June 17th, 2020, reports the same back to the Senate on June 23rd, 2020, 6 on its merits. Madam President, that concludes the reading of the communication from the House, the withdrawals of sponsorship, and the reports from Executive Committee.
Well done.
Thank you, Mr. Assistant Secretary. We'll go back to our Secretary for our legislative advisories, ma'am.
Legislative advisory number 22 and 23 from the Office of the Governor. Pat McGolding.
Madam President,
Senator McBride.
may so much be considered a reading of the advisories.
So moved. Madam Secretary.
Delaware State Senate President Pro Temporary's list of pre-filed legislation, session 2.
Madam President,
Senator McBride.
may so much be considered a reading of the pre-file.
So moved, sir. Madam Majority Leader, Senator Poor.
Thank you, Madam President. At this time, I move the Senate adjourn until Tuesday, the 23rd of June at 3:51 p.m.
The Senate is adjourned. The Senate will come to order the new day. And at this time, let's join in an advisory moment and guided prayer by Senator Lockman. And then I'll ask members after this, we will have the pledge for which I will lead. Senator Lockman.
Thank you, Madam President. Let us bow our heads. Gracious Creator, you're the source of our lives. We ask that you be with us at this time as we work and stumble together towards progress for our brothers and sisters, particularly those who felt denied fair representation for far too long. As we begin this session today, we ask for your loving wisdom as we discern your guidance in all that we do and say. May we be respectful in our differences so that we might bring real equity for all citizens of Delaware at this time of great change. In your most holy name, we pray. Amen.
Amen. Now our pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Madam Secretary, would you kindly call roll?
Senator Bernini,
Here.
here. Senator Brown,
Present.
present. Senator Cloutier,
Present.
present. Senator Del Colo,
Present.
present. Senator Ennis,
Here.
here. Senator Hansen,
Here.
here. Senator Hocker,
Present.
present. Senator Lawson,
Present.
present. Senator Lockman,
Here.
here. Senator Lopez,
Here.
here. Senator McBride,
Here.
here. Senator McDowell,
Here.
here. Senator Parkey,
Here.
here. Senator Pettyjohn,
Present.
present. Senator Poor,
Here.
here. Senator Richardson,
Present.
present. Senator Secola,
Here.
here. Senator Sturgeon, here. Senator Townsend,
Here.
here. Senator Walsh,
Present.
present. Senator Wilson,
We are having an issue with Senator Wilson's audio at the moment. He is physically present.
present.
So he is therefore ruled as presiding officer as present.
Madam President, the attendance roll call, 21 present.
Quorum being present, the Senate is now in session. Madam Secretary, do you have minutes of our previous day, please?
June 16, convened 2:16 p.m. Presiding Lieutenant Governor Hall Long. Prayer, Senator Brown. Roll call attendance, 21 present.
Senator Poor. Thank you, Madam President. This time I move so much be considered the reading of the minutes.
So noted, ma'am. So noted. And before we go to you, ma'am, today, and while the DTI is waiting on getting the remote audio to work for Senator Wilson, and I know if his computer doesn't work, he would be able to also call in by phone. We have seen him and I have validated his presence. I know Senator Poor, many of us this week were saddened, and I know our fellow colleagues across the state as we learned of Senator Hocker, your passing of your sister. I know we communicated earlier in the week, and I know that she touched many persons in our community, and I know those particularly in Sussex who knew Gail and Ms. Truitt wish to extend our wishes to you. We will be going for a moment of silence in a minute in her honor, but I don't know if other members, while we're waiting for the audio to be fixed, if they would like to give any comments at this time. Everyone's in humble sincerity. And again, Gail Hocker Truitt is in our memory. And so at this time, let's take a moment of silence, please, to honor our fellow colleague's sister, Gail Hocker Truitt. Thank you for her life well lived. Senator Wilson, I see your face now. Are you connected to us, sir? You're going to have to unmute yourself.
Yes, back on again. Thank you.
You're back on. We marked you present, sir. So we are good to go. So Senator Poor, I turn to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Madam President. This time I'm going to yield to Senator McBride for executive business.
Senator David McBride.
Thank you, Madam President. At this time, I'd like to ask that the name of Gregory Chambers, appointee for Public Employment Relations Board, be brought before the Senate for consideration, please.
Madam Secretary, would you kindly have our Deputy Secretary read in the nomination of Gregory Chambers to be appointed as a member of the Public Employment Relations Board, please?
State of Delaware, Office of the Governor, June 22nd, 2020, to the Senate of the 150th General Assembly of the State of Delaware. In conformity with the Constitution and the laws of the State of Delaware, I hereby nominate and appoint for the consent and confirmation of the Senate the following: Gregory Chambers, 406 West 38th Street, Wilmington, Delaware, 19802, to be appointed a member of the Public Employment Relations Board to serve a term to expire 6 years from the date of Senate confirmation. Your consideration of this nomination is appreciated. Signed sincerely, John C. Carney, Governor. Madam President, that concludes the reading of the nomination of Gregory Chambers.
Nomination of Gregory Chambers to be appointed to the Public Employment Relations Board before the Senate. Senator McBride.
Thank you, Madam President. I'd like to ask for a roll call on the nominee, please.
Madam Secretary, would you kindly call the roll on the nomination of Gregory Chambers to be appointed a member of the Public Employment Relations Board?
Senator Benini?
Yes.
Yes. Senator Brown?
Yes.
Yes. Senator Cloutier?
Yes.
Yes. Senator Del Colo?
Yes.
Yes. Senator Ennis?
Yes.
Yes. Senator Hansen?
Yes.
Yes. Senator Hawker?
Yes.
Yes. Senator Lawson?
Yes.
Yes. Senator Lockman?
Yes.
Yes. Senator Lopez?
Yes.
Yes. Senator McBride?
Yes.
Yes. Senator McDowell?
Yes.
Yes. Senator Pardee?
Yes.
Yes. Senator Pettyjohn?
Yes.
Yes. Senator Poor?
Yes.
Yes. Senator Richardson?
Yes.
Yes. Senator Sokola?
Yes.
Senator Sturgeon?
Yes.
Yes. Senator Townsend?
Yes.
Yes. Senator Walsh?
Yes.
Yes. Senator Wilson?
Yes.
Yes. Madam President, the roll call on Mr. Gregory Chambers, 21 yes.
Having received the required sufficient number of votes, Mr. Gregory Chambers hereby affirmed as a member of Delaware's Public Employment Relations Board. Before we go to our next nominee, I noticed that Senator McDowell had his hand raised. Senator McDowell, you would need to unmute yourself if you'd like to speak. Okay, Senator McDowell.
Thank you. I just want to say Gregory Chambers is a great appointment to this board, and he will serve the people of the state of Delaware with great distinction. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Moving along at this time, Senator McBride.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, at this time, I'd like to ask that the name of Casey Montanay, appointee to Professional Standard Board, be brought before the Senate for consideration, please.
Madam Secretary, would you kindly have our deputy read in the nomination of Casey Montanay as a member of Delaware's Professional Standards Board?
State of Delaware, Office of the Governor, dated June 22nd, 2020, to the Senate of the 150th General Assembly of the State of Delaware. In conformity with the Constitution and the laws of the State of Delaware, I hereby nominate and appoint for the consent and confirmation of the Senate the following: Casey Montanay, 520 Toledo Court, Townsend, Delaware, 19734, to be appointed a member of the Professional Standards Board to serve a term to expire 3 years from the date of Senate confirmation. Your consideration of this nomination is appreciated. Signed sincerely, John C. Carney, Governor. Madam President, that concludes the reading of the nomination of Casey Montanay.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Secretary. Mr. Senator McBride, the nomination of I know her too, Casey Montanay to the Delaware Professional Standards Board before the Senate. Thank you, Senator McBride.
Thank you, Madam President. I'd like to ask for a roll call on the nominee, please.
Madam Secretary, would you kindly call the roll on the nomination of Casey Montanay to be a member of the Delaware Professional Standards Board?
Senator Benini?
Yes.
Yes. Senator Brown?
Yes.
Yes. Senator Cloutier?
Yes.
Yes. Senator Del Colo.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Ennis.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Hanson.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Hawker.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Lawson.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Lockman.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Lopez.
Yes.
Yes. Senator McBride.
Yes.
Yes. Senator McDowell.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Pardee.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Pettyjohn.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Poor.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Richardson.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Secola.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Sturgeon.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Townsend.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Walsh.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Wilson.
Yes.
Yes. Madam President, the roll call on Casey Monanet, 21 yes.
Having received the required sufficient number of votes, the Senate by hereby confirms that Casey Montanay will be a member of Delaware's Professional Standard Board. Senator McBride.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, this time I request that the name of Carrie Bay, to be appointed to Professional Standard Board, be brought before the Senate for consideration, please.
Madam Secretary, would you kindly have our Deputy Secretary read in the nomination of Kari Bay as a member of Delaware's Professional Standards Board?
State of Delaware Office of the Governor, dated June 22nd, 2020, to the Senate of the 150th General Assembly of the State of Delaware. In conformity with the Constitution and the laws of the State of Delaware, I hereby nominate and appoint for the consent and confirmation of the Senate the following: Kari Bay, 203 Polktown Place, Delaware City, Delaware, 19706, to be appointed a member of the Professional Standards Board to serve a term to expire 3 years from the date of Senate confirmation. Your consideration of this nomination is appreciated. Signed sincerely, John C. Carney, Governor. Madam President, that concludes the reading of the nomination for Kari Bay.
The nomination of Kari Bay for the membership of the Professional Standards Board before the Senate. Senator McBride.
Thank you, Madam President. This time I'd like to ask for a roll call on the nominee before us, please.
Madam Secretary, would you kindly call a roll on the nomination of Kari Bay as a member of Delaware's Professional Standards Board?
Senator Bernini.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Brown.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Cloutier.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Del Colo.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Ennis.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Hanson.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Hawker.
Yes.
Yes. Senator
Yes.
Yes. Senator Lockman.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Lopez.
Yes.
Yes. Senator McBride.
Yes.
Yes. Senator McDowell.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Pardee.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Pettyjohn.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Poor.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Richardson.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Secola.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Sturgeon.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Townsend.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Walsh.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Wilson.
Yes.
Yes. Madam President, the roll call on Kari Bay, 21 yes.
Having received the required sufficient number of votes, the nomination hereby affirmed of Kari Bay as a member of the Delaware Professional Standards Board. Senator McBride.
Thank you, Madam President. This time I'd like to request the name of Melissa Rapp be appointed to the Professional Standards Board, be brought before the Senate for consideration, please.
Mr. Deputy Secretary, would you kindly read in the nomination for our Delaware Professional Standards Boards of Miss Melissa Rapp?
State of Delaware Office of the Governor, dated June 22nd, 2020, to the Senate of the 150th General Assembly of the State of Delaware. In conformity with the Constitution and the laws of the State of Delaware, I hereby nominate and appoint for the consent and confirmation of the Senate the following: Melissa Rapp, 314 Friendship Way, Harrington, Delaware, 19952, to be appointed a member of the Professional Standards Board to serve a term to expire 3 years from the date of Senate confirmation. Your consideration of this nomination is appreciated. Signed sincerely, John C. Carney, Governor. Madam President, that concludes the reading of the nomination of Melissa Rapp.
Nomination of Melissa Rapp to be a member of Delaware's Professional Standards Board before the Senate, Senator McBride.
Thank you, Madam President. This time I'd like to ask for roll call on the nominee now before us.
Madam Secretary, would you kindly call roll on the nomination of Melissa Rapp to be a member of Delaware's Professional Standards Board?
Senator Benini?
Yes.
Yes. Senator Brown?
Yes.
Yes. Senator Cloutier?
Yes.
Yes. Senator Del Colo?
Yes.
Yes. Senator Ennis?
Yes.
Yes. Senator Hansen?
Yes.
Yes. Senator Hocker?
Yes.
Yes. Senator Lawson?
Yes.
Yes. Senator Lockman?
Yes.
Yes. Senator Lopez?
Yes.
Yes. Senator McBride?
Yes.
Yes. Senator McDowell?
Yes.
Yes. Senator Pardee?
Yes.
Yes. Senator Pettyjohn?
Yes.
Yes. Senator Poor?
Yes.
Yes. Senator Richardson?
Yes.
Yes. Senator Secola?
Yes.
Yes. Senator Sturgeon?
Yes.
Yes. Senator Townsend?
Yes.
Yes. Senator Walsh? Senator Walsh?
Yes.
Yes. Senator Wilson?
Yes.
Yes. Madam President, the roll call on Melissa Rapp, 21 yes.
Having received the required sufficient number of votes, the Senate hereby confirms the nomination to be a member of the Delaware Professional Standards Board, Ms. Melissa Rapp. Senator McBride.
Thank you, Madam President. This time I request that the name of Mark Collins be brought before the Senate consideration appointed to the Delaware Agricultural Lands Preservation Foundation.
Mr. Deputy Secretary, would you please read in the nomination to the Delaware Agricultural Lands Preservation Foundation, Mr. Mark Collins.
Dated Delaware, Office of the Governor, dated June 23rd, 2020, to the Senate of the 150th General Assembly of the State of Delaware. In conformity with the Constitution and the laws of the State of Delaware, I hereby nominate and appoint for the consent and confirmation of the Senate the following: Mark Collins, 33226 Collins Lane, Laurel, Delaware, 19956, to be appointed Chair of the Agricultural Lands Preservation Foundation to commence July 1st, 2020, and serve at the pleasure of the Governor. Your consideration of this nomination is appreciated. Signed sincerely, John C. Carney, Governor. Madam President, this concludes the reading of the nomination of Mark Collins.
The nomination of Mark Collins to be a member of the Delaware Agricultural Preservation, the Lands Preservation Fund before the Senate. Senator McBride.
Thank you, Madam President. This time I'd like to ask for a roll call. The nominee now before us, please.
Madam Secretary, would you kindly call the roll on the nomination of Mark Collins to be a member of Delaware's Agricultural Lands Preservation Foundation?
Senator Benini?
Yes.
Yes. Senator Brown?
Yes.
Yes. Senator Cloutier?
Yes.
Yes. Senator Del Colo?
Yes.
Yes. Senator Ennis?
Yes.
Yes. Senator Hansen?
Yes.
Yes. Senator Hocker?
Yes.
Yes. Senator Lawson?
Yes.
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 Yes. Senator Lopez?
Yes. Yes.
Yes. Senator McBride?
Yes.
Yes. Senator McDowell?
Yes.
Yes. Senator Pardee?
Yes.
Yes. Senator Pettyjohn?
Yes.
Yes. Senator Poor?
Yes.
Yes. Senator Richardson?
Yes.
Yes. Senator Secola?
Yes.
Yes. Senator Sturgeon?
Yes.
Yes. Senator Townsend?
Yes.
Yes. Senator Walsh?
Yes.
Yes. Senator Wilson. Senator Wilson.
Looking for Senator Wilson at the moment. Members, bear with us in the middle of roll call. We are checking with Mr. Wilson's connectivity. If you would wait one moment, please. We're waiting to see. There's Senator Wilson. I know this was an important vote for him. Senator Wilson, if you will unmute yourself, sir. We were finishing the roll call on your friend Mark Collins for Delaware Agricultural Lands Preservation Foundation, sir.
Yes, voting yes.
Thank you.
Voting yes. Madam President, the roll call on Mark Collins, 21 yes.
Having received the sufficient votes, hereby confirms that Mark Collins is appointed a member of the Delaware Agricultural Lands Preservation Foundation. Senator McBride.
Thank you, Madam President. This time I'd like to request that the name of Mark Connor, the appointee for Judge of Superior Court, be brought before the Senate for consideration, please.
Mr. Deputy Secretary, would you kindly read in the nomination of Mark Connor to be a member of the Delaware Judiciary as a member of the Judge of the Superior Court of Delaware?
State of Delaware, Office of the Governor, dated June 22nd, 2020, to the Senate of the 150th General Assembly of the State of Delaware. In conformity with the Constitution and the laws of the State of Delaware, I hereby nominate and appoint for the consent and confirmation of the Senate the following: Mark Connor, 18738 Crimson Road, Rehoboth Beach, Delaware, 19971, to be appointed a judge of the Superior Court for a term to expire 12 years from the date of swearing in. Your consideration of this nomination is appreciated. Signed sincerely, John C. Carney, Governor. Madam President, this concludes the reading of the nomination of Mark Connor.
Nomination of Mark Connor before the Senate as a judge of Delaware Superior Court. Senator McBride.
Thank you, Madam President. This time I'd like to ask for a roll call. The nominee now before us, please.
Madam Secretary, kindly call the roll on the nomination of Mark Connor to be a judge of Delaware Superior Court.
Senator Bonini.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Brown.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Cloutier.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Del Colo.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Ennis.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Hansen.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Hocker.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Lawson.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Lockman.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Lopez.
Yes.
Yes. Senator McBride.
Yes.
Yes. Senator McDowell.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Pardee.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Pettyjohn.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Poor.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Richardson.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Sokola.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Sturgeon.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Townsend.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Walsh.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Wilson.
Yes.
Yes. Madam President, the roll call on Mark Connor, 21 yes.
Having received the required and sufficient number of votes, the Delaware Senate hereby confirms Mark Connor as a judge of Delaware Superior Court. Senator McBride.
Thank you, Madam President. This time I'd like to ask that the name of Ray Mims, appointee to Judge the Court of Common Pleas, be brought before the Senate for consideration, please.
Mr. Deputy Secretary, would you kindly read in the name of Ms. Ray Mims to be a judge of our Court of Common Pleas?
State of Delaware, Office of the Governor, dated June 22nd, 2020, to the Senate of the 150th General Assembly of the State of Delaware. In conformity with the Constitution and the laws of the State of Delaware, I hereby nominate and appoint for the consent and confirmation of the Senate the following: Ray Mims, 4802 East Summerbrook Way, Milford, Delaware, 19963, to be appointed a judge of the Court of Common Pleas for a term to expire 12 years from the date of swearing in. Your consideration of this nomination is appreciated. Signed sincerely, John C. Carney, Governor. Madam President, this concludes the reading of the nomination of Ray Mims.
Nomination of Ray Mims to be a member of Delaware's Court of Common Pleas before the Senate. Senator McBride.
Thank you, Madam President. At this time, I'd like to ask a roll call on the nominee, please.
Madam Secretary, would you kindly call roll on Ms. Ray Mims as a member of the Court of Common Pleas of Delaware?
Senator Bonini.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Brown.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Cloutier.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Del Colo.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Ennis.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Hansen.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Hocker.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Lawson.
No.
No. Senator Lockman.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Lopez.
Yes.
Yes. Senator McBride.
Yes.
Yes. Senator McDowell.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Pardee.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Pettyjohn.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Poor.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Richardson.
Yes. Yes.
Yes. Senator Secola.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Sturgeon.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Townsend.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Walsh.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Wilson.
Yes.
Yes. Madam President, roll call on Ray Mims, 20 yes and 1 no.
Having received the required sufficient number of votes, the Senate hereby confirms the appointment of Ray Mims as a member judge of our Court of Common Pleas of Delaware. Senator McBride.
Thank you, Madam President. This time, I'd like to request that the name of Monica Horton be brought before the Senate for consideration of Judge, Court of Common Pleas.
Mr. Deputy Secretary, would you kindly read in the nomination of Ms. Monica Horton to be a judge of Delaware Court of Common Pleas?
State of Delaware, Office of the Governor, dated June 22nd, 2020, to the Senate of the 150th General Assembly of the State of Delaware. In conformity with the Constitution and the laws of the State of Delaware, I hereby nominate and appoint for the consent and confirmation of the Senate the following: Monica Horton, 2000 North Harrison Street, Wilmington, Delaware, 19802, to be appointed a judge of the Court of Common Pleas for a term to expire 12 years from the date of swearing in. Your consideration of this nomination is appreciated. Signed sincerely, John C. Carney, Governor. Madam President, this concludes the reading of the nomination of Monica Horton.
Nomination of Monica Horton to be a judge of Delaware's Court of Common Pleas before the Senate. Senator McBride.
Thank you, Madam President. I'd like to request a roll call on the name before us, please.
Madam Secretary, would you kindly call roll call on the nomination of Monica Horton to be a judge of Delaware's Court of Common Pleas?
Senator Bonini.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Brown.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Cloutier.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Del Colo.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Ennis.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Hansen.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Hocker.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Lawson.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Lockman.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Lopez.
Yes.
Yes. Senator McBride.
Yes.
Yes. Senator McDowell.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Pardee.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Pettyjohn.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Poor.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Richardson.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Secola.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Sturgeon.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Townsend.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Walsh.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Wilson.
Yes.
Yes. Madam President, the roll call on Monica Horton, 21 yes.
Having received sufficient number of votes, it's hereby confirmed that Ms. Monica Horton is a judge of Delaware's Court of Common Pleas. Senator McBride.
Thank you, Madam President. This time I'd like to ask that the name of Francis Michkowski, appointee for Commissioner of Family Court, be brought before the Senate for consideration, please.
Mr. Deputy Secretary, would you kindly read in the nomination of Francis Michkowski to be a commissioner in our family court?
State of Delaware, Office of the Governor, dated June 22nd, 2020, to the Senate of the 150th General Assembly of the State of Delaware. In conformity with the Constitution and the laws of the State of Delaware, I hereby nominate and appoint for the consent and confirmation of the Senate the following: Francis Michkowski, 13 Meadow Knoll Court, Bear, Delaware, 19701, to be appointed a family court commissioner for a term to expire 4 years from the date of swearing in. Your consideration of this nomination is appreciated. Signed, sincerely, John C. Carney, Governor. Madam President, this concludes the reading of the nomination of Francis Michkowski.
Nomination of Francis Michkowski as a member of our Family Commission for a Family Court, a commissioner. Senator McBride.
Thank you, Madam President. This time I'd like to ask for a roll call on the nominee before us, please.
Nomination of Francis Michkowski as a commissioner of Family Court. Madam Secretary, kindly call the roll.
Senator Bonini.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Brown.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Cloutier.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Del Colo.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Ennis.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Hansen.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Hocker.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Lawson.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Lockman.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Lopez.
Yes.
Yes. Senator McBride.
Yes.
Yes. Senator McDowell.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Pardee.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Pettyjohn.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Poor.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Richardson.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Secola.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Sturgeon.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Townsend.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Walsh.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Wilson.
Yes.
Yes. Madam President, the roll call on Francis Michkowski, 21 yes.
Having received the sufficient number of votes, the confirmation hereby confirmed for Francis Michkowski as a commissioner of Delaware's Family Court. Senator McBride.
Thank you, Madam President. This time I'd like to ask that the name of Molly McGarrick be appointed Secretary of the Department of Health and Social Services, be brought before the Senate for consideration.
Mr. Deputy Secretary, would you kindly read in the nomination of Ms. Molly McGarrick as our Secretary of the Department of Health and Social Services?
State of Delaware, Office of the Governor, dated June 22nd, 2020, to the Senate of the 150th General Assembly of the State of Delaware. In conformity with the Constitution and the laws of the State of Delaware, I hereby nominate and appoint for the consent and confirmation of the Senate the following: Molly McGarrick, 913 Johnson Drive, Middletown, Delaware, 19709, to be appointed Secretary of the Department of Health and Social Services to commence the date of swearing in and to serve at the pleasure of the Governor. Your consideration of this nomination is appreciated. Signed, sincerely, John C. Carney, Governor. Madam President, this concludes the reading of the nomination of Molly McGarrick.
Nomination of Molly McGarrick as the next Secretary of the Delaware Department of Health and Social Services before the Senate. Senator McBride.
Thank you, Madam President. I'd like to ask for a roll call on the name now before us, please.
Madam Secretary, would you kindly call roll on the nomination of the Secretary of Delaware's Department of Health and Social Services, Molly McGarrick?
Senator Bonini.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Brown.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Cloutier.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Del Colo.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Ennis.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Hansen.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Hawker.
Yes.
Senator Lawson.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Lockman.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Lopez.
Yes.
Yes. Senator McBride.
Yes.
Yes. Senator McDowell.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Pardee.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Pettyjohn.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Poor.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Richardson.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Sokola.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Sturgeon.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Townsend.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Walsh.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Wilson.
Yes.
Yes. Madam President, roll call on Molly McGarrick, 21 yes.
Having received the required sufficient number of votes, the Senate hereby confirms the appointment of Molly McGarrick as Delaware's next Secretary of the Delaware Department of Health and Social Services. Senator McBride.
Thank you, Madam President. At this time, I believe that we have an executive committee consent calendar we need to consider with the names that were read previously.
Madam Secretary, could our Deputy Secretary kindly read in the reappointments under a consent calendar under our consent agenda?
Executive Committee consent calendar. Dated June 23rd, 2020. Michael Ratchford, 24 The Strand, Newcastle, Delaware, 19720, to be reappointed a Commissioner of the Delaware River and Bay Authority for a term to expire July 1st, 2024. Joan Coker, MD, 305 Centennial Circle, Wilmington, Delaware, 19807, to be reappointed a trustee of the University of Delaware Board of Trustees for a term to expire 6 years from the date of Senate confirmation. Donald Puglisi, 31 Covered Bridge Lane, Newark, Delaware, 19711, to be reappointed a trustee of the University of Delaware Board of Trustees for a term to expire 6 years from the date of Senate confirmation. Richard Levine, 4602 Bedford Boulevard, Wilmington, Delaware, 19803, to be reappointed a Commissioner of the Delaware Thoroughbred Racing Commission for a term to expire July 17th, 2025. William Patterson, 715 Rockland Road, Rockland, Delaware, 19732, to be reappointed a Commissioner of the Delaware Thoroughbred Racing Commission for a term to expire July 17th, 2025. Henry Decker, 3226 West Denny's Road, Dover, Delaware, 19904, to be reappointed a Commissioner of the Delaware Thoroughbred Racing Commission for a term to expire July 17th, 2025. Mark Miravani, 2300 West 17th Street, Apartment 3, Wilmington, Delaware, 19806, to be reappointed a member of the Industrial Accident Board for a term to expire 6 years from the date of Senate confirmation. Patricia Mall, 30229 Stockley Road, Milton, Delaware, 19968, to be reappointed a member of the Industrial Accident Board for a term to expire 6 years from the date of Senate confirmation. Mary Mackenzie Dantzler, 153 Brighton Place, Smyrna, Delaware, 19977, to be reappointed a member of the Industrial Accident Board for a term to expire 6 years from the date of Senate confirmation. Robert Mitchell, 1100 Pennsylvania Avenue, Apartment 505, Wilmington, Delaware, 19806, to be reappointed a member of the Industrial Accident Board for a term to expire 6 years from the date of Senate confirmation. Michael Hare, 603 South DuPont Street, Wilmington, Delaware, 19805, to be reappointed a trustee of the Delaware Technical and Community College Board of Trustees for a term to expire 3 years from the date of Senate confirmation. Diane Glenn, 218 North Down Drive, Dover, Delaware, 19904, to be reappointed trustee of the Delaware Technical and Community College Board of Trustees for a term to expire 3 years from the date of Senate confirmation. Brigadier General Ernest Talbert, 34160 Charleston Lane, Lewis, Delaware, 19958, to be reappointed a trustee of the Delaware Technical and Community College Board of Trustees for a term to expire 3 years from the date of Senate confirmation. Herbert Conowitz, 55 Beloit Avenue, Dover, Delaware, 19901, to be reappointed a member of the Board of Parole for a term to expire 4 years from the date of Senate confirmation. Manubai Korea, 54 Marion Road, Dover, Delaware, 19904, to be reappointed a member of the Cash Management Policy Board for a term to expire 3 years from the date of Senate confirmation. Edward Marecki, 136 Cornwall Road, Rehoboth Beach, Delaware, 19971, to be reappointed a member of the Enhanced 911 Emergency Reporting Service System Board for a term to expire 3 years from the date of Senate confirmation. Stephanie Ligori, 9 Widgeon Place, Camden, Wyoming, Delaware, 19934, to be reappointed a commissioner of the Delaware Harness Racing Commission for a term to expire April 22nd, 2026. Elizabeth Marin, 9 Does Lane, Wilmington, Delaware, 19807, to be reappointed a member of the Public Employment Relations Board for a term to expire 6 years from the date of Senate confirmation. Victoria Carnes, 704 North Bradford Street, Dover, Delaware, 19904, to be reappointed a member of the Merit Employee Relations Board for a term to expire 3 years from the date of Senate confirmation. The Honorable Andrea Freud, 29 South Bradford Street, Dover, Delaware, 19904, to be reappointed a commissioner of the Superior Court for a term to expire 6 years from the date of swearing in. The Honorable Alicia Howard, 20397 Margot Lynn Lane, Rehoboth Beach, Delaware, 19971, be reappointed a commissioner of Superior Court for a term to expire 6 years from the date of swearing in. The Honorable Kim DeBonte, 30825 Buttonwood Drive, Lewis, Delaware, 19958, to be reappointed a commissioner of Family Court for a term to expire 6 years from the date of swearing in. The Honorable John Potts, 1500 Beach Street, Wilmington, Delaware, 19805, to be reappointed a Justice of the Peace for a term to expire 6 years from the date of swearing in. The Honorable Carrie Taylor, 607 Red Maple Road, Middletown, Delaware, 19709, to be reappointed a Justice of the Peace for a term to expire 6 years from the date of swearing in. The Honorable Douglas Cox Sr., 4074 Paradise Alley Road, Harrington, Delaware, 19952, to be reappointed a Justice of the Peace for a term to expire 8 years from the date of swearing in. The Honorable John Adams, 24992 Prestwick Drive, Milton, Delaware, 19968, to be reappointed a Justice of the Peace for a term to expire 6 years from the date of swearing in. The Honorable Jennifer Sammons, 404 Pennsylvania Avenue, Seaford, Delaware, 19973, to be reappointed a Justice of the Peace for a term to expire 6 years from the date of swearing in. The Honorable Scott Willey, 29710 Springwood Drive, Millsboro, Delaware, 19966, to be reappointed a Justice of the Peace for a term to expire 6 years from the date of swearing in. The Honorable Michelle Jewell, 15287 Covington Court, Milton, Delaware, 19968, to be reappointed a Justice of the Peace for a term to expire 6 years from the date of swearing in. Madam President, this concludes the reading of Executive Committee Consent Calendar number 1.
Madam President.
Senator McBride, we have
Madam President.
consent calendar 1 before us, and I believe you have a request, sir. Yes.
The Senator Wilson had asked that the Honorable Michelle Jewell be removed, I believe, from the consent calendar.
So noted,
let's-
and we will have the Honorable Michelle Jewell acted upon separately.
Right,
So
so she
therefore,
should be removed.
members.
She should be
Yes,
removed.
She is
from it.
separate.
Okay.
Yes, she will be removed. And so as you answer on the consent calendar 1, it will be all the names starting from Michael Ratchford, with the last individual being the Honorable Scott Willie, for those who have
Correct.
the list in front of them. Senator McBride?
So at this time, Madam President, I had asked for a roll call on the executive committee consent calendar now before us.
Yes. Madam Secretary, if you kindly call roll on consent calendar number 1 with all the members, with the removal for action by themselves of Honorable Michelle Jewell, separate from the consent calendar. So members, again, you will be working on everyone, starting with Michael Ratchford to the Honorable Scott Willie. Madam Secretary, if you kindly call roll.
Senator Benini?
Yes.
Yes. Senator Brown?
Yes.
Yes. Senator Cloutier? Yes. Senator Del Colo?
Yes.
Yes. Senator Ennis?
Yes.
Yes. Senator Hansen?
Yes.
Yes. Senator Hocker?
Yes.
Yes. Senator Lawson?
Yes.
Yes. Senator Lockman?
Yes.
Yes. Senator Lopez?
Yes.
Yes. Senator McBride?
Yes.
Yes. Senator McDowell?
Yes.
Yes. Senator Pardee?
Yes.
Yes. Senator Pettyjohn?
Yes.
Yes. Senator Poor?
Yes.
Yes. Senator Richardson?
Yes.
Yes. Senator Sokola?
Yes.
Yes. Senator Sturgeon?
Yes.
Yes. Senator Townsend?
Yes.
Yes. Senator Walsh?
Yes.
Yes. Senator Wilson?
Yes.
Yes. Madam President, the roll call on the executive committee consent calendar containing the names of Richard Ratchford, Joan Coker, MD, Donald Puglisi, Richard Levin, William Patterson, Henry Decker, Mark Bonney, Patricia Mall, Mary McKenzie Dantzler, Robert Mitchell, Michael Hare, Diane Glenn, Brigadier General Ernest Talbert, Herbert Konowitz, Manubai Karia, Edward Maricki, Stephanie Ligori, Elizabeth Moran, Victoria Cairns, the Honorable Andrea, Freud, the Honorable Melissa Howard, the Honorable Kim DeBonte, the Honorable John Potts, the Honorable Carrie Taylor, the Honorable Douglas Cox Sr., the Honorable John Adams, the Honorable Jennifer Sammons, the Honorable Scott Willie. 21 yes.
Having received the required and sufficient number of votes, the consent calendar as it went from Michael Ratchford to the Honorable Scott Willie is hereby declared past the Senate.
Madam
Senator
President.
McBride.
Thank you, Madam President. This time, I'd like to request that the name of the Honorable Michelle Jewell be brought before the Senate for consideration, please.
Mr. Deputy Secretary, would you kindly read in the nomination of the Honorable Michelle Jewell?
The Honorable Michelle Jewell, 15287 Covington Court, Milton, Delaware, 19968, to be reappointed a Justice of the Peace for a term to expire 6 years from the date of swearing in. Madam President, this concludes the reading of the nomination of the Honorable Michelle Jewell.
The nomination of the Honorable Michelle Jewell before the Senate for reappointment. Senator McBride.
Thank you, Madam President. This time, I would like to ask for a roll call on the name now before us.
And again, this is for the Justice of the Peace, the reappointment of the nomination of the Honorable Michelle Jewell to be reappointed to Justice of the Peace. Madam Secretary.
Senator Benini.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Brown.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Cloutier.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Del Colo.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Ennis.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Hansen.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Hawker.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Lawson.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Lockman.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Lopez.
Yes.
Yes. Senator McBride.
Yes.
Yes. Senator McDowell.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Pardee.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Pettyjohn.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Poor.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Richardson.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Secola.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Sturgeon.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Townsend.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Walsh.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Wilson.
Not voting.
Not voting. Madam President, roll call on the Honorable Michelle Jewell, 20 yes and 1 not voting.
Having received the required sufficient number of votes, the Senate hereby reaffirms the reappointment of the Honorable Michelle Jewell as a member of Delaware's Justice of the Peace. Senator.
Madam
McBride.
President, I would yield back to the Honorable Majority Leader.
Senator Poor.
Thank you, Madam President. This time, I'm going to yield to Senator McDowell for Senate Joint Resolution number 2.
Thank you, Madam
Senator
President.
Harris McDowell.
Thank you, Madam President. I respectfully request at this time that Senate Joint Resolution number 2 be read in and brought before the Senate for consideration.
Thank you, sir. Senate Joint Resolution number 2 will be brought before the Senate and read in under suspension of rules. Mr. Secretary, could you kindly read that in, Mr. Deputy Secretary?
Madam President, I have in my possession the original legislation.
Thank you, Madam President. I believe Senate Resolution number 2 is before us.
He's going to read it in real quickly under suspension of rules.
Senate Joint Resolution number 2, sponsored by Senator McDowell, Senator Ennis, Senator Pardee, Senator Sturgeon, Senator Lawson, Senator Richardson, and Representative Hugh Johnson, Representative Bolden, Representative Carson, Representative Jakes, Representative Briggs King, Representative Hensley. The official general fund revenue estimate for fiscal year 2020. Madam President, this concludes the reading of Senate Joint Resolution number 2 by title only.
Senate Joint Resolution number 2 is now read in and under suspension of rules. Senator Harris McDowell.
Thank you, Madam President. This is the annual, we have to do these resolutions every year. It establishes the baseline for our budget, what the actual revenue pictures are. And in the year 2020, which we're about to leave, shortly, the gross general fund revenue for that year is $4,880.1 million. The estimated revenue refunds are $385.8 million. Estimated state general fund revenue is $4,494.3 million. And the estimated unencumbered funds are $377.5 million. I would be glad to answer any questions about the resolution. Otherwise, I urge a roll call.
Seeing no questions, Madam Secretary, would you kindly call roll on House Joint Resolution number 2?
Senator Bonini.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Brown.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Cloutier.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Del Colo.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Ennis.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Hansen.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Hawker.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Lawson.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Lockman.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Lopez.
Yes.
Yes. Senator McBride.
Yes.
Yes. Senator McDowell?
Yes.
Yes. Senator Pardee?
Yes.
Yes. Senator Pettyjohn?
Yes.
Yes. Senator Poor?
Yes.
Yes. Senator Richardson?
Yes.
Yes. Senator Secola?
Yes.
Yes. Senator Sturgeon?
Yes.
Yes. Senator Townsend?
Yes.
Yes. Senator Walsh?
Yes.
Yes. Senator Wilson?
Yes.
Yes. Madam President, the roll call on Senate Joint Resolution 2, 21 yes.
Having received the required sufficient number of votes, Senate Joint Resolution number 2 declare passed the Senate. Senator Poor.
Thank you, Madam President. At this time, I'm going to yield back to Senator McDowell for Senate Joint Resolution number 3.
Thank you.
Senator McDowell.
Thank you, Madam President. This resolution, I respectfully move that Senate Joint Resolution 3 be considered under suspension of rules and read in and brought before the Senate for that consideration.
Mr. Deputy Secretary, would you kindly read in Senate Joint Resolution number 3 under suspension of rules, title only?
Senate Joint Resolution number 3, sponsored by Senator McDowell, Senator Ennis, Senator Pardee, Senator Sturgeon, Senator Lawson, and Senator Richardson, Representative Hugh Johnson, Representative Bolden, Representative Carson, Representative Jakes, Representative Briggs King, and Representative Hensley. The official general fund revenue estimate for fiscal year 2021. Madam President, this concludes the reading of Senate Joint Resolution number 3 by title only.
Senate Joint Resolution number 3 before the Senate under suspension of rules. Senator McDowell.
Madam President, as I said, this is one of the 2 resolutions that have to be done every year at this time. So we established the baseline for our finances. So I will read the estimated gross general revenue for fiscal year 2021. That's the budget year for which the budget we're going to consider, I think, next. So for the fiscal year 2021 is $5,028.1 million. Estimated revenue refunds are $477.7 million. Estimated net state general fund revenue is $4,550.4 million. And the estimated unencumbered funds are $181.1 million. That concludes the reading of this resolution. I'd like to make a couple of remarks. If we look at the state general fund revenue established in the 2 resolutions we've had, you'll get an idea of what a tough year we've had to make a budget, a good sound budget. And that is because those 2 fund numbers are only about $10 or $11 million different. So normally we would see the difference between that figure somewhere between 250 and 450 million. So that just tells you how tight we were for revenue with which to craft a budget. Madam President, I'll be glad to answer any questions about the resolution. Otherwise, I urge a roll call.
Seeing no questions, Madam Secretary, would you kindly call roll on Senate Joint Resolution number 3 under suspension of rules?
Senator Bernini?
Yes.
Yes. Senator Brown?
Yes.
Yes. Senator Cloutier?
Yes.
Yes. Senator Del Colo?
Yes.
Yes. Senator Ennis?
Yes.
Yes. Senator Hansen?
Yes.
Yes. Senator Hocker?
Yes.
Yes. Senator Lawson?
Yes.
Yes. Senator Lockman?
Yes.
Yes. Senator Lopez?
Yes.
Yes. Senator McBride?
Yes.
Yes. Senator McDowell?
Yes.
Yes. Senator Pardee?
Yes.
Yes. Senator Pettyjohn?
Yes.
Yes. Senator Poor?
Yes.
Yes. Senator Richardson?
Yes.
Yes. Senator Secola?
Yes.
Yes. Senator Sturgeon?
Yes.
Yes. Senator Townsend?
Yes.
Yes. Senator Walsh?
Yes.
Yes. Senator Wilson?
Yes.
Yes. Madam President, the roll call on Senate Joint Resolution 3, 21 yes.
Having received the required and sufficient number of votes, Senate Joint Resolution number 3 declared passed the Senate. Senator McBride, Senator Poor.
Thank you, Madam President. This time I will yield again to Senator McDowell for Senate Bill 240.
Senator McDowell.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, at this time, I wish to ask that all necessary rules be suspended for the purpose of bringing Senate Bill 240, the Annual Budget Act, before the Senate for consideration.
Sir Deputy Secretary, would you kindly read in by title only Senate Bill 241 under suspension of rules? And I will mention it now and also before the roll call that this is a 3/4 vote. Mr. Secretary, if you would kindly read.
Budget. This is the budget.
Senate Bill number 240.
Madam President, point of order.
Senator McDowell.
This, I believe, is a budget bill,
Yes.
and I don't believe that's a 3/4 bill.
Simple majority.
Simple majority.
I certainly wish it was a 3/4 bill.
240. You know what? I am jumping ahead 241. I apologize. Very good. Thank you, Senator McDowell, for that. This is testing my vision today. I need to get a new set of glasses. We are on Senate Bill 240, which is not 241. That is the next one. Sorry to excite some members there. So under suspension of rules, Mr. Deputy Secretary, would you kindly read in Senate Bill 240?
Senate Bill number 240, sponsored by Senator McDowell, Senator Ennis, Senator Pardee, Senator Sturgeon, Senator Lawson, Senator Richardson, Representative Hugh Johnson, Representative Bolden, Representative Carson, Representative Jakes, Representative Briggs King, and Representative Hensley. An act making appropriations for the expense of the state government for the fiscal year ending June 30th, 2021, specifying certain procedures, conditions, and limitations for the expenditure of such funds and amending certain pertinent statutory provisions. Madam President, this concludes the reading of Senate Bill number 240 by title only.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Secretary. Senator McDowell, before us now is Senate Bill 240 under suspension of rules.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I will try to give some of the highlights of this bill, but I think a little bit of description of the budgeteering that went into this, and which, as I've already mentioned, was difficult this year. This was a very difficult year. We were down in revenues. We didn't think we were down at all in revenues at the beginning of February. We thought we had a very, very good year ahead of us. We got a big shock along the next couple of months. So, and that'll bring me to some remarks just for a minute. But so the total budget appropriation is $4,547,001.7 thousand. Of that, I'll try to hit some of the highlights. 21,792.8 million. I'm sorry, 21,792,000.8 were from the steps that employees had, and from the negotiated contracts, collective bargaining contracts. That total, I gave you the total to that. As you know, we were strapped to meet that. It took a lot of hard work by the budgeters. This is a point I want to just stop. and say how proud I am today of the people I served with, the senators and the representatives on the Joint Finance Committee. We hashed through the hard part of these things. We have a budget that I think we can all be proud of. It's nonpartisan. It is fair and equitable, but it's tight. When we set out to look at the years, the first thing we had to do is correct the year 2020, the year we're in. Usually that's not a problem, but we had a shortfall in that, well over $100 million. Anyway, so we went to work and we looked at the problem that existed, and what we saw was we had to get not just a budget for the year 2021, we had to get to the year 2022. So we looked at this budget as a bridge to the year 2022, because the problems that we confronted this year will more than likely be here to one degree or another next year. And so I think the forward looking is good. I want to thank, I can never thank enough Budget Director Jackson, Michael Jackson, and his staff for everything they do. I can never thank enough for Mike Morton and his staff and what they do for us. And as I said, I am so proud to have served with the members of the House, members of the Senate, of both parties on this Joint Finance Committee. A little bit more of the highlights. Madam President, I told you 21.8 million for the collective bargaining and the steps. K to 12 is 27.7 million to fund enrollment growth in public education. That's an additional 272.5 unit count. There's 8.5 million to fund additional routes and formula updates for public school transportation. There's 2.8 million for unique alternative to fund the cost of private placements. In health and social services, there's 4.8 million to annualize FY20 funding, 6 months for 75 community placements, and to fund 75 additional community placements and related day, clinical, and other services for 6 months in FY 2021. 1.1 million to annualize FY20 funding for 2 months for 151 special school graduates, and 10 months funding for an additional 121 special school graduates in FY 2021. 2.4 million for the Birth to 3 program, 2.8 million for placement growth in Delaware Healthy Children's Program. In the Kids Department, 2.6 million for projected growth for child welfare programs, for foster care placement, adoption, and family assessments. 3 million for prevention and behavioral health, for growth in crisis intervention and stabilization for child mental health. We have 3.7 million for elections, for primary and general election costs. That's a fair reading, I think, of some of the things we were able to accomplish in a tight year with a tight budget. And Michael Morton is somewhere out there in the ether. If he wants to come forward, I don't know how that happens. I think I see him upper right. Michael, do you want to add anything?
If you're requesting privilege of the floor, we can give the virtual floor to Michael Morton if there are questions or if you had something to add, sir. Michael Morton.
No, I'll just be very quick. I think the key here is that we are funding the FY21 budget is basically the FY20 budget without any reductions in the base level of services or reduction in pay or reduction in employee levels. So we're basically carrying forward the FY20 budget into FY21.
And sir, for the record, if you would state who you are, since this is virtual and recorded.
I'm sorry, excuse me, Mike Morton, Controller General.
Thank you. Do not see any other comments for our witness. Senator McDowell will excuse.
Madam President, I
virtually.
would request a roll call on Senate Bill 240 as you have it.
Okay, well, before we go, Senator Pettyjohn's hand went up, and the witness was excused prior. Senator Pettyjohn?
Madam President, I'm just trying to get your attention. I see Senator Bonini's hand is raised.
Oh, I could not see Senator Bonini. For some reason, his hand is not showing on my screen. And Senator Bonini, I don't keep seeing his face. I know he's had connectivity issues. Senator Bonini, now I can see. I know we've
Madam
had
President,
some issues.
and
Go
I
ahead,
apologize.
Senator Bonini.
We did have some connection issues, but I'm on my phone, which is why I'm so. But just, and I apologize, and perhaps Senator McDowell can answer this, and not Mr. Mike Morton. The testimony was 272 additional units, educational funding units. And I was just a quick question, doesn't have to be a specific answer. Is that a significant growth in the number of students, or is that a reclassification of units for special ed, or a combination of both?
Senator, I don't have the underlying data behind that 272 number, but I believe it would be a mix.
Okay. I'll follow up with Mike Morton. Thank you, Senator.
He's there.
Senator Bonini. Senator McDowell, thank you. To keep the virtual decorum, I will try to call on each of you. I know that's a little difficult to do. So Senator Bonini, thank you. Senator McDowell, back to you, sir.
Well, I think I still say, Mike Morton, that we still want a more detailed answer than I'm able to get.
Sure. So personal privilege granted to Mike Morton. Go ahead, Senator, Mike, if you would like to respond.
Yes, thank you. Mike Morton, Controller General again. Yes, Senator Bonini, again, the growth in the units, again, is primarily towards special education funding. Enrollment growth year over year is been pretty much flat, and the unit growth has been focused primarily in the special ed. That is correct.
Madam President.
Senator Bonini.
Yeah, thank you, Mike. And is that been a trend over time? And do we see that trend continuing?
Senator, that has been a trend over the past, I would say, 4 or 5 years, with the maturation of the when we went to the special needs funding mechanism that we implemented about 10 years ago. Then now that has matured, there seems to be more of a more determinations of special ed students going, again, since the past 4 or 5 years or so. We expect that trend to continue. I don't see any reason why there would be a downturn in the out years.
Okay. Madam President, thank you. Senator McDowell, thank you. Mike, thank you.
Thank you. No other questions for our virtual witness, so I'll excuse Mike Morton. Senator McDowell. Senator McDowell. What did you say, sir?
I'd like to have a roll call on Senate Bill 240.
Madam Secretary, if you would kindly call roll under suspension of rules, Senate Bill 240.
Senator Bonini.
No.
No. Senator Brown.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Cloutier.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Del Colo.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Ennis.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Hansen.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Hocker.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Lawson.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Lockman.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Lopez.
Yes.
Yes. Senator McBride.
Yes.
Yes. Senator McDowell.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Pardee.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Pettyjohn.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Poor.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Richardson.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Sokola.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Sturgeon.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Townsend?
Yes.
Yes. Senator Walsh?
Yes.
Yes. Senator Wilson?
Yes.
Yes. Madam President, the roll call on Senate Bill 240, 20 yes and 1 no.
Having received the required sufficient number of votes, Senate Bill 240 declared passed the Senate. Senator Poor.
Thank you, Madam President. So as I yield to Senator McDowell for the last time for a finance bill, I want to just say that I wish him the best of luck. And I'm sure that we will have plenty of comments before we end this session. But it is my honor and privilege to yield to Senator McDowell for Senate Bill 241.
Senator
Thank you.
McDowell.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I respectfully request Senate Bill 241, the Annual Grants and Aid Act, be read in and brought before the Senate for consideration.
Mr. Deputy Secretary, would you kindly read in by title only Senate Bill 241 under suspension of rules? And this one is the 3/4 vote. I have my better glasses. Thank you, Mr. Secretary.
No, this,
Senate Bill number 241, sponsored by Senator McDowell, Senator Ennis, Senator Party, Senator Sturgeon, Senator Lawson, Senator Richardson, Representative Hugh Johnson, Representative Bolden, Representative Carson, Representative Jakes, Representative Briggs King, Representative Hensley. An act making appropriations for certain grants and aid for the fiscal year ending June 30th, 2021, specifying certain procedures, conditions, and limitations for the expenditure of such funds, amending the fiscal year 2021 Appropriations Act, and amending certain statutory provisions. Madam President, this concludes the reading of Senate Bill number 241 by title only.
Senate Bill 241 under suspension of rules is before the Senate. I'll go to Senator McDowell. I have had a couple members raise their hand, and we will hear from Senator McDowell first, and then we'll go to those whose hands are raised. Senator McDowell.
Thank you, Madam President. The Grants and Aids bill, essentially, the committee on Grants and Aids put forward that we were going to try to stay exactly even. Last year, not exactly is not a very good term, but to use. Basically, in the grant and aid, agencies got just what they got last year. There are a few exceptions to that, but that's mostly the case. I should read you the overall for the grant and aid. There's a county seat package was one of the big things that always gets discussed a lot, and that was set at $3,880,543 dollars. There's $893,580 for in the Office of the Director, Division of Public Health, to fund the DAPI program, the Emergency Medical Services Paramedic Operations is up just under $1 million to a total of $13,265,320,000. That is just under $1 million increase over last year. And then there are lots and lots of lines, and I'll try to answer questions. I might have to pull out the cavalry to help, but I'd be glad to try to help. Oh, I should go to the back of the bill, I'm sorry, and give you, it's here, the grant total for the grant aid. Well, let me break it down just a bit. For government units and senior centers, there's $26,692,375. For one-times and community agencies, there's $20,467,000 $399. For fire companies, there's $6,940,706. And for veterans organizations, there's $354,318. And the grand total is $54,454,798. Madam President, I'll be glad to answer questions, and then maybe we get the roll call.
Absolutely. First hand up was Senator Hocker.
Thank you, Madam President. For the record, I want it stated and known that I have not had a chance to read either one of these two money bills. I looked late last night and I looked early this morning. They were not on the internet. They were not on the email. I have not had time to look at them. And therefore, for the respect of the Republican Senate caucus, who understand hardly any have seen these bills, I will go not voting.
Senator, the only thing I can say, I'm sorry that's the case. We did vote these bills in committee yesterday late in the afternoon, and I believe it is the task of the staff. I don't want you to think I'm blaming them. They have a whole night's worth of work ahead of them when we finish the bills. They have to go through line by line by line to make sure there's not a typo or a decimal point missing or something like that. And so that's probably, I don't know when they got online after that, but I know it takes a lot of time for the staff to go through all that.
As important as these two bills are, it's not fair to our constituents to vote on something that we haven't even looked at.
Senator, I'm not putting up an argument. I'm just saying this is where we are.
Correct. I will be not voting.
Any other questions?
Senator Townsend.
Thank you, Madam President. Just want to note, I appreciate the timing, how difficult this all is in the current environment. I want to thank the JFC for all their hard work. Just want to note that I'm voting on this, having read the bill, having made sure to keep an eye for when it was released and then peruse its contents, which I found manageable. Although I was assisted by members from my caucus on JFC, who I appreciate reaching out to me and explaining what the bill contained from their perspective, what the deliberations were like. I also had a chance to tune in to the public hearings on it. So although we're in a tough time frame, we're also in a very challenging world. And I appreciate all the various forms in which we are able to have the kind of input that leaves me in a position to feel like I've been able to review this bill and cast a vote. Thank you.
Senator Sokola.
Thank you, Madam President. I have the bill up on my iPad right next to my computer, and I have gone through it during the period of the confirmations. It is 50 pages long, but it is very spaced out because of the way these things work. It is very comparable to what we worked with last year. I know the members of the Joint Finance Committee from the Senate Minority Caucus have worked hard on this as well, and I would hope that people would support it.
Senator McDowell.
Yeah, Madam President, if I might just add some more highlights, and I don't pretend that in this big bill I can hit them all, but there are two things I think that can be noted. There are two non-grant aid matters that are contained in the bill. I think they're very important matters. They are in the epilogue. And there are two task forces. One creates an African American task force to study and report to the 151st General Assembly its findings and recommendations regarding the conditions that highlight the inequities and socioeconomically marginalized African American communities related to education, healthcare, housing, business, and economic development, community empowerment, environmental justice, community violence, and criminal justice. The second Also important, task force created herein is that creates a law enforcement accountability task force to study and make findings and recommendations to the members of the 151st General Assembly, the governor, and the law enforcement agencies across the state regarding the use of force and imminent danger, workforce development, community policing, and engagement and transparency and accountability. And if I'm not mistaken, I believe this was put forward by, among other people, the Speaker of the House.
Great. We have several hands that have gone up, and try to do those in order. A little difficult virtually to make sure I'm getting those in those order. We'll start with Senator Lawson, then we'll go to Senator Pettyjohn, then Senator Hocker. Senator Lawson.
Thank you, Madam President. I agree. This is a very interesting bill, and certainly with the two pieces of epilogue that Senator McDowell just mentioned, I think it's time we can take some time. We have time. We voted on these things at dark 30 before on the 1st of July. I'd like to have some time to the caucus to be able to look over them and have questions, and so I will be going not voting.
Senator Pettyjohn, and then we'll go to Senator Hocker. Senator Pettyjohn.
Thank you, Madam President. You know, I just got this printed out, and I'm on page 15 now, and I've been going back and forth with some of the members of my caucus that are on Joint Finance, asking questions about things. You know, again, we got this bill was released kind of last minute. You know, there are some questions about some of the contents of the bills, and you know, for that reason, I'm going to go not voting. Hopefully, that we'll be able to get some time to review it and get our questions answered with the members of our caucus who are on Joint Finance, you know, before we can make that decision to affirmatively vote for the bill.
Senator Hocker.
Thank you, Madam President. I just opened the state emails and I received this at 2:34 p.m. That is not fair. Now we just heard of some epilogue language we were unaware of, and it's just not right to our constituents nor our caucus members to vote today on this bill.
Senator D'Alcalo.
I will say on the particular subject matter of the epilogue language, I have been working very hard to try to facilitate, and I know we all have been working very hard, but I've been working very, very hard and had many conversations with advocates who are rightfully concerned about the state of criminal justice and the system that confronts our minority communities in the state. I've also been working hard to understand the concerns of law enforcement regarding the status quo that we have and the direction that we need to move in. And I know that I have not yet had the chance to confer with folks to the degree that I would like regarding this. I have conferred with multiple folks about other types of proposals within that realm of consideration, but not yet these. And I'm not sure whether or not some of the key players in that discussion were aware that this was out there. And I would definitely want the opportunity to speak to them and understand where they are with those things and make sure that we're having these discussions. After all, this is what the folks send us to this building to do. So although I am overwhelmingly supportive of the work of the folks who are preparing this bill, both the staff and the members, I just don't feel comfortable personally because of the moment that we're in when we have time to make sure that this is appropriately considered moving forward in this way. Thank you.
Okay, don't see any other hands at this time. Senator McDowell.
Madam President, I find myself in a bit of a difficult position in that I have been privy to the parts of this, these two pieces of legislation, the budget bill and the grant and aid, you know, for quite some time as we've worked on it. It's been a work in progress for quite a while, and so I just don't have any sense of timing of when it's been available. I think there may have been some drafts available, maybe not, I'm not sure. I've had material like that, comes to me because of being on the Joint Finance Committee. So it's hard for me to judge, how much time was available and how much time anybody had. I've been tasked with this agenda by leadership, and absent instructions to different, I feel I've got to at least unless I get any kind of a signal next couple of seconds, I don't know any way to move except forward and ask for a roll.
Madam Secretary, would you kindly call roll on Senate Bill 241, suspension of rules, 3/4 requirement? Thank you.
Senator Bonini,
Not voting.
not voting. Senator Brown,
Yes.
yes. Senator Cloutier,
Yes.
yes. Senator Del Colo,
Not voting.
not voting. Senator Ennis,
Yes.
yes. Senator Hansen,
Yes.
yes. Senator Hocker,
Not voting.
not voting. Senator Lawson,
Not voting.
not voting. Senator Lockman,
Yes.
yes. Senator Lopez,
Not voting.
not voting. Senator McBride,
Yes.
yes. Senator McDowell,
Yes.
yes. Senator Pardee,
Yes.
yes. Senator Pettyjohn,
Not voting.
not voting. Senator Poor,
Yes.
yes. Senator Richardson,
Not voting.
not voting. Senator Secola,
Yes.
yes. Senator Sturgeon,
Yes.
yes. Senator Townsend,
Yes.
yes. Senator Walsh,
Yes.
yes. Senator Wilson,
Not voting.
not voting. Madam President,
Madam President,
Senator
Madam-
McBride,
you changed my vote to no.
so noted, sir.
Senator McBride from voting yes to voting no. Madam President, the roll call.
Madam President,
Senator McDowell,
I changed my vote to not voting.
so noted.
Senator McDowell.
Madam
from
President,
Voting yes to not vote.
Was that Senator McBride that just called out?
yes. Madam President,
Yes, yes.
you changed my no to yes, please.
Senator McBride from voting no to voting yes. Madam President, the roll call on Senate Bill 241, 12 yes, 9 not voting.
Having failed to receive the necessary required 3/4 vote, Senate Bill 241 declared defeated by the Senate. Senator Poor.
Thank you, Madam President. At this time, I'm going to yield to Senator Secola for Senate Bill 242.
Senator Secola.
Thank you, Madam President. I would like to have Senate Bill number 242 read in and brought before the Senate for consideration under suspension of rules.
Mr. Deputy Secretary, under suspension of rules, if you would kindly read Senate Bill 242, this will also be a 3/4 vote.
Senate Bill number 242, sponsored by Senator Secola, Senator Brown, Senator Townsend, Senator Walsh, Senator Bonini, Senator Pettyjohn, Representative Heffernan, Representative Brady, Representative Osinski, Representative Kim Williams, Representative Gray, and Representative Ramon. A Bond and Capital Improvements Act of the State of Delaware and certain of its authorities for the fiscal year ending June 30th, 2021, authorizing the issuance of general obligation bonds of the state, appropriating funds from the Transportation Trust Fund.
Senator Sokola, did you indicate so much? be
Madam President,
considered?
can so much be
Yes.
considered the reading of the title of Senate Bill 242?
Thank you, Senator Sokola. So before us, we have Senate Bill 242 under suspension of rules. And Senator Sokola, I know often before we hear our annual bond bill that you read in a statement with some of our debt updates. So, sir, I don't know if you would like to do that now that the bill is before us.
Actually, usually the reading clerk starts to read it in, and I ask that so much be considered the reading of the debt statement. So at this point, if you or the Assistant Secretary could read the debt limit statement, which you will find after page 72 on the bond bill.
Okay, we will have our secretary read that in, page 72.
After page 72.
After.
Senator Hawker is not on.
Senator Hawker is off. Okay, what we'll do is the formal reading in of everything, and we will make sure that we will wait till Senator Hawker gets back on. We'll go ahead of the procedural items. Will not proceed on any type of vote or anything until Senator Hawker returns. So to our Deputy Secretary, if you would kindly read in the beginning of the debt statement, and then we will turn to Senator Sokola.
Debt limit statement for fiscal year 2021.
Madam President, may so much be
Senator
considered the
Sokola?
reading of the debt. May so much be considered the reading of the debt statement for fiscal year 2021.
So much is considered, sir, at this time. And we'll wait to see with our DTI where we are with Senator Hawker. In the meantime, I'll turn to Senator Poor, our leader. If I can determine in a few moments with Senator Hawker our ability to reach. Otherwise, you could, ma'am, consider a sitting recess. Senator Poor.
Madam President, not a problem. We can go to a sitting recess. I know.
Okay, we'll do a sitting recess until Senator Hawker returns. Ladies and gentlemen, please do not go far. This will probably be no more than 2 minutes. Okay, thank you. Stay close by.
And to read as they get ready to vote for this next bill.
Okay, so we will resume in 5 minutes, but Senate is in a standing 5-minute recess. Thank you. Hello, thank you all. The Senate is now reconvened and we will return to Senator Poor.
Thank you, Madam President. This time, I'm going to yield back to Senator Sokola for completion of Senate Bill 242.
Senator Sokola, in the virtual world, we are able to start where we stopped. We had just read in Senate Bill 242, 3/4 vote. Our secretary had read in the debt ceiling. We had you then take over, sir, to begin your journey about the bond bill. Thank you.
Thank you. And it might be a good place to start to talk about what's on page 72, because that debt limit is about $25 million less than what we thought it was going to be in January when the governor's recommended budget came out. It's also, the cash to the bond bill is quite a bit less than what we were projecting back then. And the net effect is we're about $180 million south of where we were hoping to be at that point in time. But nevertheless, we heard from all the agencies in that first week of March in the Capital Improvement Committee hearings, had very good attendance, a lot of good questions from all the members. I do want to thank Mike Jackson and his Office of Management and Budget team, who were very thorough throughout the entire process. Mike Morton, Ruth Ann Jones, and the rest of the team down in the Comptroller General's office did a whole lot to help make this process go as smooth as it could under the rather trying circumstances that we've been dealing with over the last 3 or 4 months. As everybody here knows, the bond bill is a crucial component of how the state spends its money on improvements, renovations, and new construction. And although this has been an especially difficult year for budgeting, this year's bond bill will still maintain our commitments to fund new school construction in all 3 counties, pay for long overdue maintenance at our college campuses, preserve acres of pristine farmland and open space, fund clean water improvement projects, and undertake significant housing and economic development projects. I'm proud of that, and I think all the members of the Bond Bill Committee who worked hard to get this put together should be proud of that. Specifically, the K-12 education projects invest $166.2 million in our schools. It includes construction in Appoquinimink, Brandywine, Cesar Rodney, Cape Henlopen, Capitol, Christina, Indian River, Smyrna, and the Seaford school districts. We also have $13.5 million in state funding to leverage local dollars for minor capital improvement projects for buildings statewide. And that $13.5 million is just $1.5 million less than what we had last year, which was a pretty notable amount historically. These funding allocations make up 51% of the total non-transportation bond bill allocations. Higher ed, there's $30 million to Delaware's 3 higher education institutions to address deferred maintenance needs and campus improvements. The statewide infrastructure and maintenance, we have over $49 million in support of minor capital improvements and maintenance of our state buildings and state park areas, including support for upgrades to the Veterans Home. Open space and farmland preservation receive $5 million each. $10 million is allocated to the Drinking Water State Revolving Fund and Clean Water State Revolving Fund, which will leverage additional federal funding. $3.9 million will be dedicated to statewide drainage improvements and tax ditch maintenance. Housing and economic development projects are $13 million through the Housing Authority and $19.2 million toward continued investment in economic development projects through the Strategic Fund and the Transportation Infrastructure Investment Fund. The water, which is substantially less than what the governor's GRB proposal was, still leverages with about $13 million, I think $38 million of funds from other sources. So we tried to maximize what we would leverage in the areas that we prioritized in this year's budget, and that helps us put people to work. Once the money is available, they can go to work. That will help churn the economy a little bit at a time where we need more people coming back and working. The total transportation authorization is $363 million and change. The total other authorizations, 344 million and change, so $707,953,951 is what the total is for this this piece of legislation. I'm very, by the way, you're probably wondering, well, how come this is starting in the Senate? Because Deb Heffernan was the chair this year, and it was so we could try to get through the logistics of what has happened in this unique year and try to do it as seamlessly as possible. If there are questions or comments, I'm happy to yield to any of my colleagues.
Thank you, Senator Sokola. Senator Townsend, your hand is raised, sir.
Thank you, Madam President. Just want to thank Senator Sokola for his leadership on bond. It was as smooth a year as we could have had, all things considered. And also just want to confirm again, we talked earlier in the nominee process with regard to farmland preservation. I apologize if I missed that in the recitation just now, but we do have funding for farmland and open space, and I appreciated the nominee's comments about how that's critical, and the smoothness of having that roll out is important. So I would just, at this point might be a wishful thinking, but I would hope that, the statewide impact of this legislation is reflected in the willingness of people to support it.
Thank you, Senator Townsend. It is $5 million to each farmland and open space. Before the last DFAC, those might have had to have gotten zeroed out. That's how difficult this situation was. We, as I said, are about $500 million below where we were when the GRB came out in January. But 2 months ago, we were $750 million below. So it's we're making slow progress. We hope that the next DFAC is a better one, and we can start to get back to where we really want to be with respect to Delaware getting to work.
Great, and we have had Senator McDowell's hand has gone up.
No, thank you, Madam President.
Okay, you were just waving to me. Thank you. Anyone else? Senator Pettyjohn.
Thank you, Madam President. I want to thank the Comptroller General's office and Mike, the two Mikes out there, for putting a lot into this. It was not an easy bond bill like it was last year. There were a lot of decisions that had to be made in the bond bill. And, I know there are a lot of people that put a lot of work into crafting this bill. That being said, kind of have the same issue that we had with the grant and aid in terms of getting it out to not only members of our caucuses, but out to the public in enough time for the public to be able to look at this bill, fully vet this bill, come up with questions and concerns on it. And again, voting on it right away without a lot of chance for people to look at the final product, it's of concern to some of us. And I've gotten, I think I'm up to 3 messages now from constituents saying, what's this part of the bond bill? What's this other part of the bond bill? And, I guess I've been spoiled by some of the past couple of years where we've had a few days from when the bond bill was actually published on the website to when we voted on the bond bill and the budget bill and the grant and aid bill. So that is a concern. That's a concern of some of my constituents. And, we're all about transparency and openness. And this being an extraordinary time, I know that we're having to make some adjustments to some of the things that we do. But the transparency and the openness of our process should never take a backseat to expediency. Thank you.
Senator Wilson.
Thank you, Madam President. And as I look at it, Senator Sokola and the team has done an excellent job in Comptroller General's office. And I think everyone knows where I'm at for open space and farmland preservation. I do have some reservations as I look through it. I just haven't had the opportunity to go through it. And with our constituents, I just feel that it's very important, and things that we do for the state, we have to pay the consequences of it. And I want to do everything I can to make this happen. And I just feel like that it's just a little bit of a rush job on my part. Maybe I should have paid more attention and spent the day, but I didn't see it until this morning. And I didn't have the opportunity to go through it page by page, but I can tell you, serving on it, I know what effort's put into it, but I just feel that I do need a little more time. And at this point, I'm going to have to go not voting, but I am supportive of what the committee's done.
Okay, I do not see other. Senator Brown.
Thank you, Madam President. Just want to add my voice of support to Senator Sokola and his leadership, to all of us that serve on the Bond Bill Committee. My experience on Bond Bill last year compared to this year is like two different worlds. And so I want to thank him for his leadership in helping us get through this year. Our expectations as we began the year on what we will be able to do till now. As we were in Bond Bill and began to look at some of the things we weren't going to be able to do because of the impact of COVID-19, I thought it would be advantageous to reach out to many of the organizations that had contacted me, soliciting support from Bond Bill for different projects that are within the 2nd Senatorial District and other areas up and down the state. And during that time, I informed them of what their expectations should be because of the changes in Bond Bill. And so there's some things that I thought that would enhance the 2nd Senatorial District as we began this year that we don't have in the Bond Bill. But I think we all worked hard on ensuring that up and down the state, from Claymont to Delmar, our constituencies and Delawareans were represented and were able to benefit from the work that we did through the Capital Improvement Committee. So with that, I'll be supporting the bill.
Thank you, Senator Brown. Senator Walsh.
Thank you, Madam President. I would just like to commend Senator Sokola and Representative Heffernan for chairing the bond committee, of which I am a part of during these unprecedented times. And also Secretary Jackson and Controller Mike Morton for what a great job they did during this time. I'd also like to say, I've heard some talk about constituents not being able to have access to or be able to see and comment on this. This was a public hearing, all these committees. So there was access to the public via YouTube and however we streamed this. So all this was public as is today. I have had the chance to go through all the bills, through the hard copies, and I will be supporting this as Senator Brown stated. There is things in this bond bill that benefit from Claymont all the way down to Selbyville, which I was at yesterday at a rally for UFCW down there with Lieutenant Governor Bethany Hall Long. So with that said, I will be supporting this, and I commend the bond committee for a great and thorough job this year.
Seeing no other questions, Senator Sokola, we'll turn to you, sir.
Thank you, Madam President. I should, to be completely thorough, say a couple of things about some things that are not in the bond bill. We did not put anything in for the courts, and they have about 16 million from allocations we've had over previous years, and we encourage them to go through with the essentially the planning process and the design stage. They will not exhaust all of the money that they have in that process, and they've acquired land. They're pretty close to some of the things they need, but they have about a year's worth of work before they could break ground anyhow. And we did talk with them, and express that this is still a very high priority for the state of Delaware and the Capital Improvement Committee. Another thing that's not in there, there were about $65 million worth of requests that we call the category of legislative requests. And when any of us gets a letter, we submit it to the Comptroller General's office, and Ruth Ann puts together a list, and there's about $65 million worth of requests on it. Every one that has my name on it is because somebody sent the letter to me, but they help districts up and down the state. We didn't put any of those in, and we cut the governor's recommended budget by a pretty substantial amount. So it's pretty easy to say what's not in there. A lot of what the governor recommended, as well as a lot of what we were being asked from constituents to do. But what we did do, as I said earlier, is we leveraged a whole lot of other resources that are available, whether it's in water, in the local money for school districts, and some of the housing money gets federal leverage, and so there's a lot of things that if we put $1 out, we get another $1, or we put $1 out, we may get as many as $3 other dollars to go with it, and so we can put a lot of people to work with the bill as written. I would encourage people to support it. Our process, as he said, was open and transparent and inclusive. We could not do what we've been able to do the last 2 years with some of the local priorities, but I think we've made a good faith effort to do the best we can. And if there are no other questions, I'd like to ask for a roll call.
Madam Secretary, would you kindly call roll on Senate Bill 242 under suspension of rules, and again, 3/4 vote?
Senator Benini?
Yes.
Yes. Senator Brown?
Yes.
Yes. Senator Kutier?
Yes.
Yes. Senator Del Colo?
Not voting.
Not voting. Senator Ennis?
Yes.
Yes. Senator Hansen?
Yes.
Yes. Senator Hocker?
Not voting.
Not voting. Senator Lawson?
Not voting.
Not voting. Senator Lockman?
Yes.
Yes. Senator Lopez?
Not voting.
Not voting. Senator McBride?
Yes.
Yes. Senator McDowell?
Yes.
Yes. Senator Pardee?
Yes.
Yes. Senator Pettyjohn?
Not voting.
Not voting. Senator Poor?
Yes.
Yes. Senator Johnson?
Not voting.
Not voting. Senator Sokola?
Yes.
Yes. Senator Sturgeon?
Yes.
Yes. Senator Townsend?
Yes.
Yes. Senator Walsh?
Yes.
Yes. Senator Wilson?
Not voting.
Not voting.
Sorry, Madam President.
Senator Townsend?
Does it change my vote from yes to no, please?
Senator Townsend from voting yes to no. Madam President, roll call on Senate Bill 242, 13 yes, 1 no, and 7 not voting.
Having failed to receive the required and sufficient number of votes, Senate Bill 242 declared defeated by the Senate. Senator Poor, you had your hand raised.
I did. Thank you, Madam President. I just want to address my colleagues. There are 2 scheduled legislative days remaining. And I have to say that Delaware, they need us to show up, not to vote a bill down that will absolutely protect the health of Delawareans, including the most vulnerable people that are among us who depend on us to provide the services through this legislation. Without a doubt, to see this happen today, it's completely wrong. The rules here are simple. They are simple. People elect representatives, and those men and women in this room vote in the best interest of their constituents. That's it. It's just that simple. At a time when 1 in 6 Delawareans are without a job, our colleagues in our minority caucus are refusing to support a $700 million job bill that will put thousands of our neighbors back to work, building schools, taking on our roads, and countless infrastructure projects. I just want to recap all the hard work that those folks sitting on the bond committee and grant and aid, what took place. You gave up $160 million for school construction. Appaquiddick, Brandywine, Cesar Rodney, Cape Henlopen, Capitol, Christina, Indian River, Smyrna, and also the Seaford school districts. $49 million in improvements at state parks, also our Delaware Veterans Home. $19 million in economic development projects, $13 million in emergency housing that we needed even before the pandemic. $10 million worth of projects to provide clean, safe drinking water. $10 million worth of farmland and open space preservation. We technically didn't need the confirmation today if we weren't going to do this. $8 million for first responders. $8 million for nonprofits in all 3 of our counties. $7 million to our fire companies that save the lives, and some of you actually even participate in our fire companies, but they save the lives of our constituents. Nonprofits, you can go down the list: Alzheimer's, AIDS, Down syndrome, all other conditions and diseases. $4 million in correctional facilities. $2.4 million for our National Guard. And don't let me forget, the biggest crisis outside of the pandemic, our opioid epidemic at $1.2 million. Every single person in this General Assembly swore an oath to make sure that we always place the public's interest above any of our special or personal interests. Holding up the funding for our volunteer firefighters, our veterans, and also our farmers is in no one's best interest. Denying funding to our schools and our senior centers does not serve our families and our neighbors. Shutting down the legislative process at this exact moment that we are all asked to respond to a pandemic, a recession, and nationwide protests all at once will harm every single person in this state. We absolutely cannot afford this cynical partisanship and the DC style politics. Not now. I hope my colleagues, I hope you take the time tonight. I hope you consider your oath that you swore to uphold and the duty that you have to the people that you are privileged to represent. Thank you.
Okay, we had 2 hands, actually a few hands go up. I'll try to go in the order in which I saw them go. I saw Senator Pettyjohn, then Senator Dalcolo, and then Senator Hocker. We'll start with Senator Pettyjohn and then Senator Lawson after that. So Senator Pettyjohn, please, first.
Thank you, Madam President. I want to make a clarification. Did not vote no on these bills. Our concern is making sure the public has the opportunity to look at the final finished product of what we are voting on, and enough time for not only individuals, but organizations within our state to comprehend and digest the large amount of information that is in these bills. Am I going to support these bills? Absolutely. But what I have to do, I have to make sure the public is able to see it. I'm getting feedback. I've been getting feedback the entire time that we've been in session today about bills, about questions on these bills. Usually we are able to get these questions answered with a day or two between when they're released and available to the public in their final form and when we vote on them. That's not the case today. Do I support grant and aid, our fire companies, our senior centers, everything that's in here? Absolutely. And to say that I don't support them is an outright lie. Do I support the school construction? Do I support our schools, our prisons, the construction that's in this bond bill? Absolutely, 100%. But the public has to be a part of the conversation. the public has to be able to look at this final product before we vote on it. And that's the concern that I have with what we've done today. And I hope my colleagues share a lot of the same thoughts that I do in terms of making sure that we have a transparent and open and public process. Thank you, Madam President.
Senator Del Callo, and I also know Senator Porter raised your hand in there somewhere. I'm trying to follow a list, so I apologize if I'm out of order. Senator Del Callo, and then Senator Hocker, Senator Hocker, you're still unmuted, just so you're aware. Senator Del Callo.
Thank you, Madam President. I just want the record to be very clear about the basis for the position that I've taken on the timing. And this really is all about timing, the timing of these bills today. And the fact that we do have ample time, considering the unfortunate tradition that this body has maintained, even since I've been elected, of voting on these pivotal measures at the very 11th hour of the business that we conduct. There is adequate time, and it is within our full authority, even if we had to add legislative days. I don't believe that will be necessary, because I fully intend on supporting these measures once I've had adequate opportunity and once my constituents have had an adequate opportunity to review their contents. So I just want the record to be very, very clear. And I think that my way of doing things in this chamber and with each and every single one of the folks that I'm looking at on this screen really speaks for itself. But I'll just note that I personally have rejected at every single turn partisanship and DC style politics. In fact, I have worked tirelessly and with many of you to try to get to solutions and to move things forward for the fine people of the state of Delaware. I just wanted that to be abundantly clear. I do look forward to supporting these measures once there has been some time to properly evaluate them. And I would like those listening at home and all of you to know that I continue to reject partisanship and DC style politics, and will do so for however long I'm blessed to serve the 7th in this august body. Thank you, Madam President.
And then we will go to Senator Hocker.
Thank you, Madam President. You know, I have sat on this bond bill committee for several years. I sat on it when we had ample money, and I sat on it when we didn't have any money at all to spend. I know the importance of it. I know the hard work. I know what these guys have put in. But to read this long list of benefits off this bond bill and say we don't care because we're not supporting it today, I think slaps us in the face, because we care about our constituents. We care about the people that put us there. We care about our voters, and they don't expect me to go up and vote on anything that I haven't seen. And to say, yes, we could have gone to the committee hearings and all that. I've seen a lot of stuff put on paper was much different than what was heard. And just to sit here and say that we should have known what was in that is totally wrong. Yes, we will support it, but we also want to read it, and we want to let our constituents know what's in it.
And next we had Senator Lawson.
Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate it. My concern is simply this. We have time to do this, and to try and shame us into saying that, oh, the veterans and the fire companies, like they're going to get the money tomorrow, is not right. The shaming tactic, the degrading of the other side of the aisle is uncalled for and absolutely shameful. And we support all of those things. And to say that, or to try that game, is absolutely wrong. And I think we are owed an apology from Senator Poor for her behavior. Thank you.
At this time, next we had Senator Townsend, Lopez, and Poor in different orders. Townsend, Senator Townsend.
Thank you, Madam President. First, in terms of apologies from the Senate floor for things that are said on the Senate floor, I think it's probably not productive for us to head down that road, given what Senator Lawson himself has said before. So I think we should just focus on these bills, focus on the coming days and what needs to happen. By my count, and I appreciate my Republican colleagues saying that they support these bills and will do so in due order. So by my count, we do have those votes. I certainly hope that these bills are focused on their merits and that we're able to advance them in the coming days. I would note, and this echoes things that I believe Senator Poore had said, that Delawareans are expecting us to be able to adapt, to be dynamic in a world that has changed so quickly and continues to change so quickly. And so what's surprising a little bit is that there are senators who act like, or have said that the only availability to them of these bills and their contents was earlier this afternoon. That wasn't my experience as a member of Bond Bill. That wasn't my experience as someone who wasn't even on JFC, but heard from my colleagues. I also think that the access to these committee meetings were sort of historically open for people who were able to use technology platforms to be able to tune in ways that they actually hadn't been able to do before. So I think that in many ways it's actually even more transparent. But I in particular just would hope then, if not in the coming days, then moving forward in the coming years, that perhaps caucuses make sure their members who are on these committees communicate back to members who are not on the committees about what has happened and why, what decisions were made and why, because that was all already fully transparent and public, and I think could be downloaded very quickly in conversation, as it was as was the download that I received from my colleagues who were on JFC, and as myself gave to other colleagues as a member of Bond Bill. So if people are going to take a day or two and read, that's something that needs to be sorted out here. But I've counted the votes who have said that they, of course, support these things. And so I look forward to having these bills then pass smoothly and on their own merits in the very near future, so that we can show Delawareans that we are able to adapt to technology, and that ultimately we are the ones who've been elected to make these decisions. And we do want their input, but we also know they expect our best. And that's got to involve swift analysis, swift action. And there's been a lot of opportunities the past few days to be able to get the information needed. Bond Bill, for example, was last Thursday we closed that. So this wasn't a last minute thing. And I hope to see the kind of bipartisanship that people are talking about now in the hours or days to come. Thank you.
Okay, next, Senator Lopez.
Madam President, thank you very much. And just to my fellow senators, I think if there's anything that we've really learned over the course of the last few weeks, especially over the course of the last few months, is that we need to continue and put more of a focus on listening. And I think that we've done that as a legislative body. And I'll use this term, as a legislative body that to a degree has been sort of sidelined over the course of the last 4 months. But even though we've been sidelined, we've still continued to do the people's work. And on both sides of the aisle, I have been tremendously moved, proud, and humbled to see members of both parties, especially in our chamber, I'll say both chambers, but especially in the Senate, just really come together and get some tremendous work done, from a constitutional amendment that we just voted on last week that is historic. And I say that as someone who was born on an island 1,500 miles away, to this serious conversation that we're having right now. I don't think it's unreasonable. And I think back to that, something my father was, time is a gentle father. And I'm not going to ask anybody for an apology. Actually, I don't think senators, folks, we all get here by working hard, and we get here by working with our constituents, and they believe in us. So again, there's a great deal of affection and care that I have, and I think that all of us have for one another. But part of that oath that we take also reminds us that powers from our office flow from the people that we are elected to serve. And I can tell you that right now, I'm looking forward to presenting these bills, and the one bill, the bond bill and the grant aid that I just saw at 249 today for the first time, to sharing that with my constituents and making sure that I'm addressing it the best that I can before we get together and get to come together for another vote, and addressing their questions and concerns to the best degree that I can. So with that said, I just wanted to say that and focus again on the fact that time is a gentle father. We do have some time here, and I don't think anyone is looking at this from a malicious place. And I just think it's important that we continue to work together to get this done on behalf of the people that we all serve. Thank you, Madam President.
Okay, thank you. And I have allowed individuals to go around the focus around the bill today to vet a little. I don't see any other hands. Hands are down. So we are finished with that item. And so we will then return to the agenda at this time.
Madam President,
So
Madam
Senator
President,
Poor,
Madam President.
Senator McBride, yes,
Thank you. Madam President, personal privilege of the floor if I could.
personal privilege, sir.
Thank you. You know, 3.5 years ago, I was honored by this whole group to be selected as President Pro Tem of the Senate. Obviously, I enjoy very much what I do. And one of the charges that all 20 of you gave me was to try to make the Senate work. And it's been working pretty good. We hit a little hiccup today, a little bump in the road. Unfortunately, the grant and aid is probably dead. We're probably going to have to do a new bill. I'm alerting our attorney. I'm going to call on him in a moment for, I'd like him to look at Rule 12 if he could on the reconsiderations. So I'm not going to take time now to try to find fault with anybody on what's been done. But what I'm trying to do, and what I'm going to take a few minutes on, is just to try to figure out where we go from here. You know, constitutionally, the only requirement we have is by June 30th to do a budget. But we all know, and many members have spoke very eloquently about this today, we all know that Delawareans would like us to do a grant and aid, and they would like us to do a bond bill. So one of my jobs, working with all of you, is to figure out how we get there. And we're going to get there. Maybe a few more bumps before we get there. We're going to get there. But at this time, it's Mr. Frank Murphy's here, right, in the meeting? Frank Murphy?
Yes, I believe so, sir. Yes.
Okay, I'd like to call him as a witness if I could, Madam President. I'm sorry.
On an item from
on the grant and aid bill. I believe that recalling what we have done in the past, I'm going back in my mind now on some other things that we've done in the past. I believe the grant and aid bill is dead. I don't believe under Rule 12, we can do a reconsideration on that because there were no votes. But I want to get that from the attorney, just so I know where, you know, after today doesn't end what we need to do. You know, we're not just going to drive home and forget about this. We've got to get a grant and aid. We got to get a bond bill. And I think we're going to have to rewrite and do a new grant and aid. I think it's dead. Is Frank here now? I would like to call him as a witness.
I don't know if he's still here. If not, we can try to get him, and what we can do is
How about
have
Mark
Senator
Catrona?
Poor proceed.
But here's Frank. Frank's here.
Okay, I didn't know she
Frank,
wanted to
okay.
proceed with the agenda
Right,
and come back to Frank at that point.
No, well, I'm on the grant and aid. You know, everybody's been talking about the grant
Okay.
and aid and the bond bill. So in my own order, Madam President, it's okay?
You're okay. I mean, for the moment, I mean, I think ideally because of member schedules, since what Mr. Murphy will share can be acted upon later, I know that some members may have to sign off. We were going to work the agenda, and if Mr. Murphy was
Well,
here, perhaps at the end, but if it won't take long, Mr. Murphy, I mean, that
All right,
is up
well,
to
I'll
you,
try to
sir.
be brief.
Quick.
So Frank, Mr. Murphy, Rule 12, reconsideration. Can we bring the grant and aid back under reconsideration? I don't believe we can, but I want to just understand that.
The rule was changed in 2019.
Right.
Can you hear me? The rule was changed in 2019.
Right.
And in order to move to reconsider, and the senators should be aware of this, you have to be on the prevailing side and you have to have cast a vote, and not voting has been interpreted as not casting a vote. So if you want to reconsider action, and you're going to be facing any number of bills over the next week, you have to be on the prevailing side and you must have cast a vote. And the point Senator McBride is making is those who were not on the prevailing side went not voting. So if you want to bring up a motion for reconsideration, cast a vote with the prevailing side, yay or nay, whichever it is, but do not go not voting. And I do understand that the grant and aid bill is being reprinted, and if you want to play it safe on the procedure, that's what you need to do. You're going to have to bring up the same bill on a different number. I'm sorry to say that.
Okay, and Madam President, one more question, I'm done.
Yes.
And so Frank, thank you so much. So the Grant A's got to be redone, and the bond bill, Senator Townsend was on the prevailing side on that, correct? It
Correct.
was a no vote. So
Correct.
Senator Townsend, by Rule 12, could ask that it be reconsidered, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you, Madam President. I'm done, but I just need to know what I need to be doing to make the Senate work. Thank you.
Uh-huh. Okay, thank you. Personal privilege of Mr. Murphy. Thank you for coming.
Thank you, Ms.
Senator Poor.
Thank you, Madam President. At this time, Senate Bill 255 will be pulled from the agenda. And we will be moving forward to yielding to Senator Walsh for Senate Bill 252.
Senator Walsh.
Thank you, Madam President. Can I have Senate Bill 252 read in and brought before the Senate for consideration?
Mr. Deputy Secretary, would you kindly read in title only, Senate Bill 252? And this is a 3/5 vote under suspension of rules.
Senate Bill number 252, sponsored by Senator Walsh and Representative Osinski, an act to amend Title 29 of the Delaware Code relating to public works contracting. Madam President, that concludes the reading of Senate Bill number 252 by title only.
Mr. Senator Walsh, we have Senate Bill 252 before us in the Senate for action, sir.
Thank you, Madam President. Senate Bill 252 is a bill that, it's a piece of legislation that basically amends the apprenticeship bill, Senate Bill 48, piece of legislation that I primed last year, was vetted and compromised on when we ran it last year. It also went into effect just recently, June 8th. So that bill is currently in effect. And again, once more, we're back one more time again, because there's conversations that have been going on that were had that I was not aware of and was not privy to. Another basic compromise to the bill. There's a small group that didn't want to see this bill pass in its original form. And like I said, rather to try to extend providing apprentice training, they want an exemption for 3 years as a buy-in. So this bill basically was brought to me from DOL in conjunction with DCA, ABC, and Drive Delaware Forward. But at this time, due to the complicated nature of the bill, and after careful consideration and talks with various people, I decided to table the bill and then continue talks prior to next season. So I like the latest on the table.
Okay, motion's been made. Then we will have Senate Bill 255 laid on the table, sir. Thank you for that. Senator Poor, back to you.
Thank you, Madam President. At this time, I ask that consent agenda number 3 be brought before the Senate for consideration under suspension of rules. Let me also just add that the bills on this agenda have been reviewed by both members of the caucuses. And so if you wouldn't mind, please bring it before the Senate.
Great. Mr. Reading Clerk, if you would kindly read in consent agenda number 3 under suspension of rules. And again, these are 3/5 votes.
Senate consent agenda number 3, Senate Bill number 247, sponsored by Senator Hansen and Representative Matthews, an act to amend Title 20 of the Delaware Code relating to public protections during the COVID-19 state of emergency and notarization. Senate Bill number 251, sponsored by Senator Sturgeon and Representative Cook, an act to amend Title 20 of the Delaware Code relating to public protections during the COVID-19 state of emergency and marriage licenses. Senate Bill number 248, sponsored by Senator Sokola, Senator McDowell, Representative Bolden, and others, an act to amend Title 29 of the Delaware Code relating to the Disability Insurance Program. Senate Bill number 246, sponsored by Senator Poor, Representative Siegfried, and others. An act to amend Title 16 of the Delaware Code relating to health and safety obligations of healthcare providers for non-acute patients. Senate substitute number 1 for Senate Bill number 239, sponsored by Senator Walsh, Representative Osinski, and others. An act to amend Chapter 168, Volume 82 of the Laws of Delaware relating to contractor registration. Senate Bill number 244, sponsored by Senator Pardee, Senator Del Colo, Senator Hansen, Senator Townsend, Representative Bush, and others. An act to amend Title 12 of the Delaware Code relating to the creation, regulation, operation, and dissolution of statutory trusts. Senate Bill number 245, sponsored by Senator Pardee and Representative Bush and others. An act to amend Title 25 of the Delaware Code relating to mortgages. Senate Bill number 253, sponsored by Senator Ennis, Representative Viola, and others. An act to amend Title 6 of the Delaware Code relating to price protections during the COVID-19 recovery period. Senate Bill number 249, sponsored by Senator Pardee and Representative Heffernan. An act to amend Title 7 of the Delaware Code relating to the Clean Air Act, Title 5 Operating Permit Program. And Senate Bill number 210, sponsored by Senator Lopez and Representative Smith. An act to amend the Charter of Lewis relating to the power to impose and collect a lodging tax. Madam President, that concludes the reading of Consent Agenda 3.
Thank you, Mr. Reading Clerk. Consent Agenda number 3 is before the Senate. Senator Poor.
Thank you, Madam President. This time, if there are no questions, I ask for a roll call.
Madam Secretary, if you would kindly call roll on Consent Agenda number 3 under suspension of rules, and a reminder, given the nature of some of the bills, we will need 3/5 vote. Thank you.
Senator Benini.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Brown.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Cloutier.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Del Colo.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Ennis.
Yep.
Yes. Senator Hansen.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Hocker.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Lawson.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Lockman.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Lopez.
Yes.
Yes. Senator McBride.
Yes. Yes.
Senator McDowell.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Pardee.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Pettyjohn.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Poor.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Richardson. Senator Richardson.
We're going to have someone call Senator Richardson if you'll proceed with the roll call.
Senator Secola.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Sturgeon.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Townsend.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Walsh.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Wilson.
Yes.
Yes.
Madam President,
Yes, Senator Townsend.
just procedurally, should I ask how I'm recorded as voting, or are we
Yes.
able to pause and have Senator Richardson rejoin us?
Yes, we are working on that, I believe, with our technology folks and others. So we'll go through our roll call.
Madam President,
Yes, Senator Pettyjohn.
how am I recorded as voting?
Senator Pettyjohn is voting yes.
I think I'm back. This is
Senator
Brian.
Richardson.
Yes, I think I'm back and I'm.
You
here.
are, sir. So in the midst of roll call, we just double checked Townsend and Pettyjohn's votes. Senator Richardson on the consent agenda 3, which has 3/5 votes as well as a 2/3 with a charter. How would you like to vote, sir? And roll call, I believe we'll go to our secretary to call on you now.
Senator Richardson?
Yes.
Yes. Madam President, roll call on the consent agenda number 3, containing Senate Bill 247, 51, 248, 246, Senate Substitute 1 for Senate Bill 239, Senate Bill 244, 245, 253, 249, and Senate Bill 210. 21 yes.
Having met the requirements of both consent agenda items that were 3/5 as well as charter changes that were 2/3, the Senate hereby declares passage of consent agenda number 3. Senator Poor.
Thank you, Madam President. At this time, I ask that consent agenda number 4 be brought before the Senate for consideration under the suspension of rules.
And as consent agenda 4 is being brought forward, I want to clarify, and I'll reassure everyone, I will go get better cheaters to read with. Earlier, I indicated that Senator Walsh had laid Senate Bill 255 on the table. It was actually 252 on the table. So at this time, if we could kindly have consent agenda number 4 read in, that would be much appreciated with our Deputy Secretary. Thank you.
Senate consent agenda number 4, House Bill number 349 with House Amendment 1, sponsored by Representative Hugh Johnson, Representative Bush, Senator Pardee, and Senator Sokola. An act to amend Title 4 of the Delaware Code relating to alcoholic liquors. House Bill number 347, sponsored by Representative Jakes and Senator Lockman. An act to amend Title 29 of the Delaware Code relating to procurement. House Bill number 345, sponsored by Representative Mitchell, Senator Poor, and Senator Hansen. An act extending certain legislative task forces and committees. House Bill number 341, sponsored by Representative Lynn, Representative Bush, Representative Griffith, Senator Brown, and others. An act to amend Title 8 of the Delaware Code relating to the general corporation law. House Bill number 342, sponsored by Representative Lynn, Representative Bush, Representative Griffith, Senator Brown, and others. An act to amend Chapter 15, Title 6 of the Delaware Code relating to the creation, regulation, operation, and dissolution of domestic partnerships and the registration and regulation of foreign limited liability partnerships. House Bill number 343, sponsored by Representative Lynn, Representative Bush, Representative Griffith, Senator Brown, and others. An act to amend Chapter 17, Title 6 of the Delaware Code relating to the creation, regulation, operation, and dissolution of domestic limited partnerships and the registration and regulation of foreign limited partnerships. House Bill number 344, sponsored by Representative Lynn, Representative Bush, Representative Griffith, Senator Brown, and others. An act to amend Chapter 18, Title 6 of the Delaware Code relating to the creation, regulation, operation, and dissolution of domestic limited liability companies and the registration and regulation of foreign limited liability companies. House Bill number 232, sponsored by Representative Matthews and Senator Poor. An act to amend Title 10 and Title 25 of the Delaware Code relating to jurisdiction of the Justice of the Peace Court and summary possession. House Bill number 229 with House Amendment 1, sponsored by Representative Carson, Representative Bush, Representative Dorsey Walker, and Senator Ennis and others. An act to amend Title 30 of the Delaware Code relating to personal income tax. House Bill number 237, sponsored by Representative Hugh Johnson and Senator Ennis and others. An act to amend Title 4 of the Delaware Code relating to alcoholic liquors. And House Bill number 318 with House Amendment 1, sponsored by Representative Heffernan, Representative Longhurst, Representative Griffith, Representative Spiegelman, Senator McDowell, and others. An act to amend Title 14 of the Delaware Code relating to Holocaust and genocide education. Madam President, that concludes the reading of consent agenda number 4.
Consent agenda number 4 before the Senate. Senator Poor.
Thank you, Madam President. As once stated before, the senators did have a copy of all the bills, and if there are no questions, I ask for a roll call.
Seeing no questions under the suspension of rules, we'll ask that members and the secretary take roll call on consent agenda 4, noting that some of the bills require 2/3 vote, so we will need that to pass the agenda. Madam Secretary.
Senator Bonini.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Brown.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Cloutier.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Del Colo.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Ennis.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Hansen.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Hocker.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Lawson.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Lockman.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Lopez.
Yes.
Yes. Senator McBride.
Yes.
Yes. Senator McDowell.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Pardee.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Pettyjohn.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Poor.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Richardson.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Sokola.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Sturgeon.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Townsend.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Walsh.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Wilson.
Yes.
Yes. Madam President, roll call on consent agenda number 4 containing House Bill 349 as amended by House Amendment 1, House Bill 347, 345, 341, 342, 343, 344, 232, 229 as amended by House Amendment 1, 237, and House Bill 318 as amended by House Amendment 1.
Having received the required and sufficient number of votes, consent agenda number 4 declared passed the Senate. Senator Poor, before I go to you, we have a member, I think, this evening that has a special day. And I don't know if others know who I'm speaking about. You can unmute yourselves. And Senator Poor, shall I turn to you? We recognize our Senate Pro Tem, Senator Pro Tem Dave McBride. Is today not a special day, sir?
It sure is, Madam President. Thank you very much.
Yes.
So for all of the great day that we're having, we want to make sure that we wrap it up in wishing the best wishes to the President Pro Tem in celebration of his birthday today.
Key of G.
Where's the cake?
Let me mute myself.
Key of G.
Happy birthday. Somebody do it. Come on, you don't want me.
1, 2.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear David. Happy birthday to you.
Woo! Happy birthday, David.
Oh, that's so
Happy
beautiful.
birthday.
How rude.
And we're having
Madam
virtual cake. Virtual
40th
cake.
birthday.
You have a virtual speech on your 39th birthday and holding, sir?
Madam President, I have a very
Senator
short
McDowell.
speech. I want to first of all, obviously thank my colleagues for wishing me a happy birthday. And I must confess, the only thing I wanted for my birthday was a bomb bill and a grant and aid. Oh, well.
No
Sometimes you
pressure.
don't get what
No
you want.
pressure. Thank you.
Maybe,
Thank you.
maybe tomorrow.
Oh, wow. That's great. That's awesome. And in the haste to sing happy birthday to you, in the world of virtual, now that I think I'm not seeing well, I'm not hearing well either. I was just made aware I jumped ahead of Joy's final announcement on the final roll call. So Madam Secretary, on consent agenda 4, what was that final roll call?
21 yes.
Thank you for that. The joys of virtual world. Senator Poor, back to you.
Thank you, Madam President. At this time, I move that the Senate, actually, let me ask, does any colleagues have any announcements? Seeing none, then what I will do is move this, I move that the session conducted in virtual format stand in recess until the 25th of June at 3 p.m.
Are we supposed to do it?
He's going to announce 2-6.
Who is? Senator Poor, I was just alerted that because we sang to Senator McBride, he may have forgotten to mention an announcement
About a reprint.
about something. He said he had an announcement. Unless you want to hold off, sir, on your announcement, we can do so. We can wait. Why don't we wait? We'll wait and do that later. So Senator Poor, you've called for recess until tomorrow, ma'am. What time do we convene tomorrow, ma'am?
At 3 p.m.
3 p.m. Members sign in early with the technology. So
Madam
with
President.
that, the Senate will
tomorrow.
say,
Not tomorrow.
not tomorrow,
Thursday.
excuse me, Thursday. You're
Thursday.
on, it's a quiz.
Madam
Thursday, the
President.
25th.
Madam President.
And we're going to stay on here for 30 seconds in quiet. So the Senate stands in recess, having no objection, the 25th at 3 o'clock.